You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. All right, what's happening, folks? I hope everybody out there is having a wonderful Tuesday. We got a great podcast for you tonight. I want you guys to notice that it is episode 147.5. All right, I wasn't planning on having this podcast tonight, and we are still going to be having Marcus Allen on tomorrow, and we're going to still cover the topics that we were going to cover tomorrow. I did want to jump on here. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. And even before Marcus and I address the things that we're going to address tomorrow, I thought tonight would be a really good time to, number one, introduce you to him. And then number two, the other thing was kind of go through and establish the facts and also kind of cut through some of the myths and nonsense that I'm seeing, or I think conflation of facts that I've been seeing, and just some of the confusion. You know, Marcus, I'm going to bring him on and let him introduce himself in just a second. But one of the things that we were talking about is here we are 2 weeks later. We have more information, but we have less clarity and more confusion than ever. And some of that I definitely think is intentional. Some of that is just the rumor mill and essentially the telephone game going awry. And, you know, even in my videos, when I put out information, and then I have people like, well, Gary, you said this. I'm like, that's not what I said at all. So I want to go through and hopefully we can establish a set of facts that we all agree on. And as we go through some of those facts, I actually want to hear from you guys to see, you know, kind of confirm or deny, do you agree with those? Because I think for us to come to logical conclusions, like we need to have a logical base of knowledge that we agree on, and that like, hey, these are the facts for sure. Because all the other stuff ends up being speculation based on those facts. And if we start off with a poor foundation to begin with, we can't make good logical conclusions going forward, because that's what we're left with a lot of this stuff. In the vacuum of information, like there's going to be some leaps, but at least those leaps should make sense. And I think we're getting well outside of that, because there is now a plethora of theories, and those theories range from just completely lacking evidence to implausible to bizarre. And I don't think any of those things do this justice at all, and this pursuit of truth justice at all. And it makes it really, really hard. Just a couple of things real quick. Number one, just the chat rules. You guys see it down there. Make sure you're respectful to one another. Definitely like, subscribe. Make sure I hit that or I'll get in trouble. Make sure you like, subscribe, go follow us on all our other social media platforms. We appreciate that. Twitter. But again, treat each other with respect, talk to each other, including me and Marcus, with respect. Let's be civil. Let's be adults about this stuff. Don't type in all caps. If you do that, you're going to get one warning on all these things, and then you're just going to get banned. It's like, we should all be adults here. If you disagree with me, great. We should be on the same team. If everybody, I don't care how crazy your theories are or how crazy you think my theories are, the fact is we're looking for the truth, and we should all be on the same team. And even in disagreement, we should be able to come together with that. We will prioritize super chats, but I will try to get to as many of the live chats as possible. All right. With all that being said and out of the way, without any further ado, I want to go ahead and introduce you guys to Marcus Allen. Marcus, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on here, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Gary. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great, man.
Okay. You guys, I'm really honored to be here. I've been watching Gary since the Butler, Pennsylvania situation with the almost too close of a call on Trump. And now with this, having this shooter, I took it all the way. And I think everyone's a lot more engaged. There's emotions are a lot higher because the shooter met his target. And so with that, I was talking to Gary, and that we come up from a background where we're quite used to chaos. We're quite used to violence. We're very familiar with it. And so for us, we can have a different temperament that may be detached from what the public has, and I'm realizing that now, especially I'm quite new to the game, and I want to get better at this. I want to get better at communicating what I see, and I also want to make it clear that we're on the same team, like Gary was saying. I want to know the truth. I think as we enter this age of confusion with AI, internet, corruption on every level throughout our own system, I don't want to lose hope, but I also want to take matters into my own hands. I want to do my own research. I want to be an independent thinker, and I just want to share whatever I find. And being called since I've made this analysis, I've been called a shill. I've been called a secret agent back in the government and all these crazy things. Like, I've been paid off, and I can assure you that is the furthest thing from the truth. And so our goal, I think, me and Gary, one thing we may not agree on everything, which I hope we don't. I want to be pushed back, and I want to be tested, and it's not about being right; it's about finding the truth. But I know one thing we agree on is that we both want to just find the truth. So, and with our experience, we hope we can bring some value by how we can perceive the images that we're seeing through our lens of having experience training for hits, for targets, indirect action, in violence, and it's a different ball game. And so we may not be able to know everything just by analyzing pixels, but I do think we can add value. What do you think?
No, well, first of all, I would say that that's exactly what a government operative would say.
Damn it. Come on.
And look, I was telling Marcus this yesterday. I called him yesterday. I didn't even know where he stood on any of this stuff. I just saw a bunch of people sending me some of his content. I literally watched less than 20 seconds of it. I had no idea what his analysis was, but my bullshit detector didn't go off, and I was like, man, I don't know where this guy stands. I don't really care. And I ended up getting a hold of him on Twitter, and I sent him a text after he sent me his phone number. I was like, hey, I don't know where you stand, but let's talk. I like to hear from you where you stand on all this stuff, and then I'd love to have you on and kind of get you out there and do whatever I can to promote him, right? Because I think he is a solid voice in the sea of chaos, and that's what I want to do, and help promote another veteran and just another great American, right? As a matter of fact, what I want you guys to do tonight, and one of the reasons I thought it was great to have him on tonight, is number one, go like and subscribe to his channel. Tomorrow, I would like the vast majority of people, when we do this live stream, to be on his channel, and you guys give him the super chats and all those other things, so he can get started, right, and start putting some resources and time into this without being such a detriment to his daily life and his ability to make money and all those things. All right, so I did see. Well, we'll get to super chats, and we'll start taking some questions. A couple of things that I kept seeing in the chats, and I mean in the comment sections and on Twitter and all of these things, right? Is that the coroner or medical examiner said X, Y, and Z about a bullet being recovered? Well, I think we need to make a very, very clear distinction on that, because there has been no comments by a medical examiner. What we have is a secondhand account from Charlie's surgeon by Andrew Covelt, which is his executive director or something along those lines, right? So he's a PR guy. That is very different, and it's an important distinction to make. Number one, it's secondhand. Number two, that is not a medical examiner or coroner. That is a surgeon. So, the validity that we would give to whatever he says when it comes to the forensic value of what he says, I think we need to make sure that we check it a little bit, and then we kind of pull back. The other thing that I think is really important to establish is and I keep hearing this over and over, and it's just not true. And I'm not here to defend the FBI, but I think, again, we need to establish facts. The FBI has never stated that the rifle was disassembled when after he took the shot, or allegedly took the shot, right? That is something that's being made up, and there is no evidence for that. That has actually never been stated. Where that comes from is, I think a lot of people obviously don't see a rifle in his hand when he jumps down, but nobody has even implied that he has at official level that he actually disassembled that rifle. And I just kind of want to get that out of the way right off the bat. I just see a couple of super chats that I'll hit real quick. I'm still on your original theory with the armor. You're the man, Gary. Well, I appreciate that. And I do want to address that because this is the other thing that I saw. This guy, talking about me, I'm assuming, shows exactly what happened and the reason the bullet didn't exit the body. If Charlie had not worn the titanium plate, he may have not survived. A couple of clarifications with that. Number one, I didn't say that he was wearing the titanium plate. I was showing you guys a titanium plate, and I did say that he was wearing something like this. I'm pretty much sure, I'm convinced that he wasn't wearing body armor at this point. That's where I'm at. And I'll tell you, I still go back and forth. And tomorrow I may go back and forth. At the time when we first saw this, okay, this was literally the day one when we came across this. And I'm still going back and forth to some extent. And Marcus doesn't think that he had body armor, and that's fine. I'm probably wrong with that. But I have a hard time then, and I still have a hard time now reconciling the fact that we have a 30-06 round that we don't have an exit wound. And we don't have an exit wound. And I'm not even taking what was said from Andrew Covelt and what he was saying that the surgeon said. I don't even care about that. I don't care about whatever narratives. What I base that off of is the fact that we didn't see any spatter. We didn't see the violent exiting of fluids and materials after that event. And then we saw no video or footage, even though people kept sending me video and footage saying, look, here's the exit wound. Look, here's an exit wound. None of that's an exit wound. It's not an exit wound. And of course, I've already talked about the fact that I do not think that front is an exit wound, which I think is kind of the prevailing theory. One thing I do want to talk to you guys or mention to you, the video that I made in response to Zeb. I believe it's titled something along the lines of was he shot from behind or something like that. Number one, that video was not only demonetized, but now that video is restricted. What that means is, and I don't care about the money, what that means is when a video is demonetized, it is suppressed heavily, right? And then on top of that, if it's restricted, there's not even an option to share it. So I would highly recommend, if you think that a round came off from one of his flanks, that's okay. I want you to go at least watch that video. I go through the evidence against that and at least look at that and make up your mind. And I think I cover that pretty well. But right now, as it stands, I just want you guys to know, I do think that I was wrong in that first video. I do think that he wasn't wearing a vest. I still have a really hard time reconciling the fact that we don't have an exit wound from a 30-06. Now, what I did do is I have ordered some very expensive, at my own cost, some ballistic gel dummies that have all the anatomy. Well, I ordered the ones specifically with skeletons in them from the waist up. So we're going to do some testing with some 30-06 rounds in different projectiles, different ammunition types, and see if it's even replicatable that we can actually hit someone directly in the neck and not get a penetration. I think it's going to be hard, and I don't know what those will result. And at the end of the day, like I was talking to Marcus about this, ballistic gel is not the best analog for humans. It's great. What it does really well is it gives you an estimate of what you can expect for penetration for a round. It doesn't act in the same way that human anatomy does. It's not made of 50 to 60% water like the human body is. So that's kind of where we are. I want to update you guys on that. And then what we're also going to do to kind of help try to establish some facts is Marcus found that Louder with Crowder actually put out a pretty good list of the facts as they saw it, right? And we're going to go, I haven't watched it yet. He's watched some of it. We're going to go through that and kind of hit those point by point and see if, number one, we agree with that. And number two, if you there in the audience agrees with that as well. So if you want, Marcus, if there's nothing else you want to add to anything said, we can key that up and go from there.
Yeah, I'll key that up, and I'll just say that the thing since the beginning is my first guess was that it was a smaller caliber. When the very first day when I watched the video, I was like, the wound itself to me warranted a smaller caliber. Plus, plus you can't really judge a caliber based off a phone recording audio fingerprint, because the phone recordings are very deceptive and they don't give you a good picture of what the fullness of the sound. Although later you pointed out a good clip that actually had better audio quality, that you could capture the full spectrum of the sound, and absolutely that deeper boom. If I had seen that earlier, maybe would have leaned more towards a bigger caliber.
It's still going to sound like what we would expect a 30-06 or 30 caliber rifle to sound, just because of the limitations of audio. But it definitely sounded completely different from all the other audio recordings that we were before.
But that aside, my main point is going with you is it's very hard to believe that a 30-06 could do that small of damage to a direct hit to the neck. I mean, it's pretty bizarre. So we have to just make that clear, is that nowhere am I saying like this is easy to swallow, that this is an easy truth to say, like, I'm just brushing it under the rug. I'm not. But it's just way more believable than this idea of a second shooter that's a coordinated second round hitting the same person, but yet they're professionals trying to hide their forensics footprint and stuff like that. It's just, that is way more unbelievable than accepting that this is a bizarre case, which you and I were talking. I have friends who have been shot who shouldn't have survived, and they survived, like T-box to the head. They, and to be specific, I'm talking about a story that I have a teammate, former team leader, who had a guy under him who this happened to him, and he survived from a 30 cal, 308, I believe. And so when you hear stuff like that, it makes you rethink what a ballistic wound could look like. And then in the opposite case, there's guys who should have survived, but the round bounced around, took a hard right inside the body, and did some damage that was unrecoverable, and they died.
Yeah, ballistics definitely do weird things. And what you and I kind of do in this field is, like, we have a lot of experience with ballistics, and there is like the typical, what we'd expect, which is typical because that's generally what happens. And then there's the atypical, and then there's just the weird, inexplicable stuff that does happen sometimes on the other end. And I lost Marcus. I'm sure he'll be back in just a second. So, that is what does happen from time to time. And we will have him back in just a second. You know what I'll do while we're waiting on him to come back? I'll throw up some of these other super chats. There he is already. He's back on. Marcus has the fire mass skills. Welcome.
For me, I'm
we
my mistake.
That's all right. No.
Okay.
The other thing I want to add real quick too is one of the things we're going to be talking about is, and I want your thoughts on this, folks. I think that it is much easier to farm people like Tyler Robinson. And what I mean by that is, I do think it is easier to, with enough playing the odds, right? And I think this has actually happened. I think there are programs out there, and if we go back to MK Ultra and a lot of other things like that, I think there are currently programs that they can look at people with different test scores in academia. Some of them actually have taken things like psychological tests. I've done that. I'm sure Marcus has done that in the military. We do that. And then you can look at their online profile, and you can start profiling people real quickly of what they're susceptible to. And I think it is easier to actually manufacture and create someone like Tyler Robinson than it is to put in like multiple shooters in a scenario like this. I think it's easier to lay the seeds in social media, whether they be these weird chat rooms. And I think that's one of the things that I don't think we realize. People are being manipulated at a level of sophistication, and we see people like Tyler Robinson. We see people like Crooks. We see all of these mass shooters that suddenly we hear about them. They happen. They either get killed or they're not killed. Their entire social media footprint is gone. We're never given an explanation And one of the things that I think these types of people have an advantage of is that under the cover of an investigation, they can completely wipe their tracks. And I think that is something we seriously need to take a look at. And Marcus and I are going to do that tomorrow. We get so wrapped up in the individual minutia of these individual cases that we're not even looking at the big picture. And I think that's something that we need to step back, take a look at the big picture, and hopefully we can bring a little bit of clarity with that. All right, I've talked enough. Marcus.
Okay, I'm going to bring it up.
Throw this up and let's go through some of these things.
Okay, let's rock.
Tyler Robinson will put that up.
Can you hear that?
Yep, we're good.
There you go. And we don't need to add all the subpoints, but dating a gay. So what can you verify? Dating a gay trans roommate, radicalized by leftist ideology according to family, friends, chats, verifiable conversations. I'm not talking about the private texts between his gay boyfriend. So this is not just something that you're hearing from the FBI. And of course, we also had the leak from the umbrella of the DOD, DOJ of the engravings on the bullet casings.
That's, I think, I mean, I would like to take a breather there and just talk about the psychological profile. Of course, I want to speak on what I know, right? I'm not a psychologist. I just happen to be around a lot of psychos. I mean, to be
you were
do the job that we,
to be fair,
to do the job that we do, you're surrounded by guys who are bloodthirsty animals. And there's a part of me that's in touch with that side, because you don't want to be someone who is hesitating at the door. Yeah. And there has to be a level of familiarity you have with that part of yourself that's completely animalistic.
Well,
and
let me interrupt you. So you were in Force Recon. I was an SF guy, and everybody in Special Operations. That entire pipeline and the entire training that is extensive is, number one, to indoctrinate you into and weed out those that are not capable of, quite frankly, pretty psychotic behavior. I mean, that 100%. Is the truth. Like,
it's the truth.
You have to be able to do some really bad things to some really bad people.
I wouldn't want you in my team if you didn't have that ability.
I agree. Yeah.
And that's just the part that the public will never understand is I know what I'm talking about when I see violence play out, and I can just see it. And I can see it when it's built up in a 22-year-old kid who has grown up under an indoctrination or a farming system or whatever, has been programmed to basically suppress that violent behavior and be someone they're not. But all men have it in them. And if it's channeled the right way, it comes out in crazy ways, like engraving on a bullet casing memes that are basically a subtext for swacking somebody. Yeah. And the fact is, there's nowhere in the military you'll find humor closer to that than in the military. I mean, the way we joke in the locker room about killing, death is dark humor.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely the way we process and it's no different that what this kid's doing, in my opinion, is he's basically processing doing something so heinous and incomprehensible even to himself, but he's going about it in a way that is familiar to me. I mean, I'm sure for you have experience of dark humor in the military.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a way to not only numb yourself to normal human emotions, but also it's kind of a way that you kind of almost virtue signal to your peers that you're not weak. And I think all of
that's a good point. That's a good point. So anyway, that's just wanted to give that point. Let's keep going.
Which turned out to be correct. Okay. So what else do we know? Okay. Let's put down a time at 8:07 a.m. Okay. That this shooter, Tyler Robinson, scouted the area and was caught on camera, right? Some ring footage that was obtained by TMZ at 8:07 a.m. Different outfit from later. Play that. All right, so that's 8:07 a.m.
So he's being a little clever, in my opinion. This way I take it. He's got different outfits. He's got a backpack full of clothes. One, it makes a good gun rest for him to put his gun on, towels, clothes, and two, has the second function of being a change of outfits. If he wants to run when he makes his getaway, he can dress into mismatch his clothes and just change his appearance.
Sure.
So you see that. And this is important because we're going to come back to this idea of all of these different outfit changes like it's a magic show. Because I've noticed that people keep adding to the outfit changes to make it seem incredulous. All right. So now what we know, again, what you can see at 11:49 to 11:51 a.m., I believe we have this. There are time codes. Tyler Robinson is seen on the same Ring camera that was procured by TMZ, walking with a limp. So we know walking with a limp, and presumably this is because he was hiding his rifle on his leg. So here you go. See an outfit, wearing all black, walking with a limp. Okay. Now we know at around 12:15, Josh, 12:15 to 12:22, that that's about when he climbed onto the roof. Okay. Now what we are told, so here you go.
Whoops. I want to read that. I think that's a statement. Here we go.
To 12:22, that's about when he climbed onto the roof.
Surveillance video showed an individual dressed in dark clothing climbed a staircase that authorities said leads to a common area next to the Lossie Center, according to the charging document. The figure climbed over a wall, crouched on top of the roof, waited a few minutes to put together a rifle, presumably get your scope and everything on there. If we can talk about that. Running across the rooftop, which we have video from that bystander, those kids who saw that figure, that silhouette right before he shot. They were questioning whether that was security or not. They said he just ran over. So that's an individual person saying the same thing, which I think is important. The limp seen prior to surveillance video was no longer visible. So they're indicating that the rifle is now outside his outside concealment, and now he has it. And then according to the warrant, then he crouched into a prone position, direct line of sight to where Kirk is speaking. So I think the biggest thing that is still a second hard pill to swallow for me is that he concealed a Mauser in his pants. That is quite creative of him, to be honest, and it's something that did kind of throw me for a loop when I first saw the footage start coming out of him limping. Yeah. But the fact is, it is possible. And another guy, I think Matt Kester is his name. Did you see that video where the YouTuber who demonstrated how you could break it down and hide it?
No, I didn't. But I mean, it's completely plausible if he takes the stock off and then he puts the barreled action, which is concealed. The top portion is concealed by his backpack in his shirt or just underneath his backpack, and then a portion of the barrel is going down the back of his pants and then hitting the back of his, right there at the crease of his knee. Completely plausible, completely possible. It would almost seem ridiculous. I mean, look, if I was planning this and then I find myself limping across the street like this for like, and it's not like a short distance, I would be like, I mean, the balls of this guy, because I'd be like, everybody sees me. And for those of you that conceal carry, I remember like when I first started concealed carrying all the time, I'm like, everybody sees my gun. Everybody sees my gun, and now I think about it.
That's
right?
True.
But this guy had to be so self-conscious, like these people are going to know what I'm doing. And yet he wasn't. He gave 0 Fs. He just like continued to walk across and around with this, barreled action down his legs and didn't care. I think that, I don't know. I can't explain it.
That's a really good point. And I think it is important discussion point to talk about, because people really have a hard time believing the whole story, but you have to break it down into chunks to see how it all fits together. And a part of the aspect of this story is having, I hate to credit him by even saying he has balls, but the fact is he did have balls to do this. Yeah. And even if that's
that he did it, like what I think we all agree on is this is him. He ended up on a roof. Whether you think he was the guy that pulled the shot off or not, he did all these other things, which in of itself is freaking pretty incredible.
It is. And this is, and one thing I've I'm kind of filtering my or analyzing my speech in real time because I've heard people comment on my videos saying that I'm giving some kind of credit to this person, this heinous character. And the fact is, we have to detach ourselves from what he did so that we can analyze, is this possible? And there's a, I don't mean to be insensitive about this, and I'm not giving any praiseworthy glory to this kid and whatsoever. I want to see this kid, for the record, I want to see him hit the gravestone, and I hope that everything falls through with the court of justice law, that he gets what he deserves. So, but I'm just detaching myself and speaking in a way that's kind of detached so that I can break down the truth of this. So, just want to throw that out there.
That's good.
Okay. Now, what we are told, and this is something that hasn't been verified through multiple sources, but is that he disassembled the rifle, not just the scope, but portions of if those who are familiar with the Mauser disassembled it so that he could conceal it a little more easily, and that he reassembled that rifle with a screwdriver on the roof. Is that unreasonable? Does that mean that this must be a false? No, you can do that in the span of a couple of minutes if you understand the rifle. So climbed onto the roof. Yep, at 12:15 to 12:22, reassembled rifle. Okay, at 12:23, Josh, that's when Tyler Robinson took the shot, committed the assassination, the act of terrorism. So 12:23. Okay. Then we see 12:23 to 12:24, immediately after assassinating Charlie Kirk, the suspect is seen jumping off the roof in what we've been told by authorities, but seems to be something that you could confirm on this video. And again, I know people say, well, you can't believe it. Okay, a shooting, this footage, verified from the location where the shot seems to have taken place. I know it's grainy, but looks close enough. Also appears to be wearing, if not the exact same outfit, very similar outfit with an object that is draped in some kind of cloth. 12:23 to 12:24, he is jumping off the roof with what we have been told and seems to make sense is the firearm in a towel.
So there he's got something with two hands. If it was a towel, and credit to Matt Kester for pointing this out, the YouTuber who broke this down in detail that I watched, you wouldn't put a towel down with two hands, or you wouldn't put a hoodie down with two hands. So that's evidence to me that it is something significant, and of course that would be a rifle.
There it is.
Hey, Marcus,
then,
if you can, just go back to the spot where you said that he put it down with two hands.
Yes.
Come back. I want to point out
All
right. So right there, he has one of his arms down there, and you can barely see that arm. Obviously, we know that's there, and there's also times during this footage we can barely see his legs and everything else. It looks, because it's so pixelated, something that's fairly skinny looks even skinnier or non-existent. And this was something that Gray Hughes pointed out to me, because I was 100% on board with, he clearly doesn't have a rifle, or he's done something with this rifle where it's more concealable. But also on Gray Hughes, and if I do suggest that you go watch it. I don't care what you feel about Gray Hughes, whatever else. Like, it's hard to argue with the logic behind what's going on there, right? And there are definitely times, as he pauses it, he points out that even though it's grainy, there are times when you can even see what looks like a full barrel. Just like we see right here. Sometimes you can see his arms and sometimes you can't. Everything looks distorted and skinny or non-existent. But I agree. I do think that he has a full rifle here that is covered up in a towel. And again, that doesn't prove he took the shot, and it doesn't prove that there's other people involved, but it does clearly, I think it's some good evidence that he does indeed have a rifle with him at this time. And we'll talk more about that. Go ahead.
I agree. And then a few frames from now is the big one to me, which is you see the stiff object come up, and if it was just a towel, or if it was just a hoodie, it wouldn't be, erect like that.
It's erect a lot.
Right there. So you got something right here sticking in. If we want to zoom in, we can, but there's plenty of videos doing that, and you can definitely check out my old video where I do zoom in. It's clearly an object that's about arm sized.
Yeah, I say
what else would it be?
I say we just hit the highlights, and then if people want to go find out more information, go to your channel, go to Gray Hughes. I think, to me, it's pretty compelling that he indeed had a full rifle during this time when he was exfilling from this. Send it.
Roger that. Yep.
And at this point in time, the pandemonium would have been in that center. People are not necessarily looking for someone out there. Gets
That's a good point that he's making.
pretty far pretty quickly. And he's out, and then appears to be kind of doing the limp walk again. So here you go, up close. Yep. There's a gun, whatever appears to be in a towel. Jumps. Again, if you look at that object, it looks very long. Now, that does matter. That does matter because watching that, there's no reason to assume, even though some people have been saying this, that he disassembled the rifle after the shot.
Right.
Seems like he reassembled it once, took the shot, and in the same outfit that you saw earlier, right? That time code you saw earlier at, what time was it? It was around 11:49. Looks to be the same outfit.
Yes.
In other words, it doesn't look like an outfit change. And I don't know that there's been any official, as a matter of fact, I know there's been no official statement that he changed his outfit after the shot or changed his outfit between that footage that you saw and that shot. Looks like the same outfit. Easily could be a full-length rifle draped in a towel. That matters because it will get to some conspiracies a little bit later that say that must not be true, and it's predicated on that not being true. Am I missing anything so far? You feel? No, Gerald? Okay. So also to be clear, and again, we're not going to show any of the horrendously graphic footage. Here's a diagram of the incident that shows where the shooter would be and how the shot would be fired. So you see right there is the roof, and then right there, kind of in the center of the campus event, where Charlie Kirk would be. So that looks like it'll be pretty straight on and taking place at Charlie Kirk's left, it seems a little bit. That's the trajectory of the shot. Okay. Here's what.
And do you have any issues with the trajectory of the shot that it came head on?
No, just like I said in that last video, I think we have enough evidence of energy transfer, the way that his necklace, which is now confirmed, we've been saying that, I've been saying that, me and my team, the chat group that I have on X, we've been saying that what we see flying behind him is clearly his necklace. There was never any, there's plenty of footage and videos and pictures saying that he didn't have in-ear monitors or anything like that. The other thing I do want to say, folks, I know a bunch of other people have now showed up to the chat. The way we're going to be running this is we're going to be going through this whole thing. And then once we're done and Marcus and I are kind of done pontificating about all this stuff, we will definitely get to your questions. We are going to prioritize the super chats, but we will try to get to as many of the live chats as well as possible. So, yeah.
Sweet. Okay, let's go back.
Yep. Looks like, there we go.
We know as far as after that. At 8 p.m. on September 11th.
So the next day.
The next day, the shooter surrendered at his parents' home in Washington, Utah. Okay? That matters. We're going to come.
He described the phone conversation with a family friend, former law enforcement officer who called him at 8:02 p.m. the day after. During the call, former detective's voice was kind of shaky.
Back that is the next verified location of the shooter. Now, I know you can say, well, we don't know. His parents could be lying and the feds could be. Okay, sure, fine. But that's the next verified location of the shooter. Okay. Here's something else we know. We're going to go now not just to the shooter, but to Charlie Kirk himself. The video, again, that you have not seen, and this is because it's been scrubbed from social media, and I would say rightfully so. That's not censorship. That's basically a snuff film. And people there, you know what, do me a favor, if you're watching this, comment below, because I know there are a lot of people who didn't see the footage, the close-up footage. Let them know, is this amongst the most graphic gory videos that you've ever seen of a human wound outside of war?
Besides like ISIS videos.
Yeah, and would you say too?
I think trying to think of other footage that's not like war footage and that's
the worst I've seen. And I get that's maybe you've seen some, but it's certainly up there. There's so much, just to tell you, it's something you cannot unsee. So much blood and tissue with such velocity that's the reason when anyone saw that we said, there's
no chance.
There's no chance.
Yeah.
There really is no chance. Frankly, if you saw the original footage, you would go, well, the blood loss was so significant and so instant. He probably didn't feel anything and went like that. So it's awful. And it's largely unavailable to you now. But read the comments below this from people who have seen it, and you'll be able to gather the correct feel of it. Here's what you're seeing, though, is this image. This image is what people are showing. Now, the problem with that is people are using that as a jumping off point to then say, hey, why isn't there? And then describing exactly what it is that you see in the original video. If, for example, right now I were to be stabbed with this pen and you were to pick that frame and freeze it right at the point before entry, you'd see nothing. The beginning of the entry, you'd see a little bit. You'd see a little more. And then with the pulling out, you would have a very, very different viewpoint. So the image that people choose to freeze frame and share.
I would like to talk about that real quick. And
Me too.
I don't want to stay on this image too long, just to honor Charlie Kirk. I think the less we can show this final image of him, the better. But this idea of what an entrance wound, an exit wound should or shouldn't look like, right? People are really caught up about this. And of course, it's rightly so. It's from a 30-06 round, which is a massive round. The neck is soft tissue. It's hard to believe. But as far as exit wounds go, exit wounds almost always are explosive and instant. Basically, the wound comes out, and as it's coming out, it's opening up and firing. And that's not what happens in this wound if you slow it down. It punctures, the blood starts, and then hemorrhaging starts a few frames later. And so I've witnessed those kind of hemorrhaging wounds in that way. Because when you come close to a major artery, it takes a second for the vacuum to close of the cavitation, and then all that blood, once if you sever a major artery like a femoral or carotid, then it starts hemorrhaging, squirting, and that's what happens. So it doesn't look like an exit wound to me.
Mm-mm. No, so, it doesn't look like an exit wound to me, and actually. I'll put out a video. I plan on trying to put that video out tomorrow. And I talk about this and I show a ballistic gel model and all this other stuff. And I did cover that in a video that was ultimately not only demonetized, but it was whatever. Friggin' made it to where like I'm having a brain fart. Doesn't matter. Anyways, the point here is that, look, what we like, an entrance wound can be atypical, whether we have a round keyholing or whether we have a round deflecting. Like the angle of entry can make it look strange, but there's some very characteristic things that we see from an entrance wound. When you see a round go into a target or ballistic gel, for instance, you see the round go in, and then you see that cavitation take place. That cavitation, it causes a vacuum effect that doesn't allow anything from the entrance to even go out of the entrance hole. There's always a pause, even when it's close to large vessels like the carotid artery and the jugular vein. But what you see on the exit is a mass violent expulsion of biological materials and or fluids. And that's exactly what we would see with this. What we'd expect from an entrance wound, even close to vessels as large and as liquid producing as what we're talking about here, is we would actually see that pause for a second before it started bleeding. We would see that. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw it. All of this cavitation is taking place. It comes back in, things settle down, and it relieves that vacuum, that low pressure, so that fluid can now come out the end. And that's what we see. That's exactly there is nothing about that wound that indicates to me that it's an exit wound. We would see deformation away from the body. we would see an expulsion, we would see blood spatter, we would see biological materials immediately come from that, not see a wound for, a half a second or so, and then massive bleeding. That's not what we would see. And it's very clear to me that that has every characteristic of an entrance wound and not a single characteristic of an exit wound. So take that.
The people are so wound up about the fact that he fell to the right after a few seconds, or that the expulsion of blood comes out that way. But hemorrhaging is a gnarly thing. If you the body and the heart is strong as hell, and so when it starts, when that opens up and leaves a way out for all this pressure in the blood in your heart to start squirting, of course it's going to come out that way. And I don't mean to get so gruesome, but I need people to hear that what you have seen in movies, or what you may think something could look like, things do not happen the way you always expect. But even when we break it apart frame by frame, it still stays true to physics.
And the word was restricted. It was not only demonetized, it was restricted. That's what I was coming up with. Go ahead, send the rest.
Cool. Want to keep going?
Yep, please.
Okay.
I'll add that back to the
or both. Also, something else, we misspoke on this because this is what everyone was reporting. What we do know is that the family was not there to witness the event. So that's important. We'll come back to that. It was initially reported that they were there, and obviously that was infuriating. I understood that they were there.
Yeah, pause that real quick, Marcus.
They weren't.
That is a good point. All right,
yes.
I don't know where that rumor came from, but the initial reports that I heard and I believed and everybody else believed was like, not only was Erica and at least his daughter there, but the narrative was that his daughter was scared and tried to go run to Charlie. Well, they weren't even there. I don't know where that came from. It's a terrible rumor to get started, and that's really unfortunate. That was reported on every major news organization available. So it just shows you the fact that innocent, I don't even know if it's innocent, but it's that kind of innocuous things can be turned into fact real quick and be repeated over and over again.
I think an important point about that is the fact that the only people that are truly accountable to their word is the FBI. Everyone else can get away with,
as they should be, and
but so I have a follow-on point to make is consider that, and I'm not saying that I'm standing up for the FBI, and I know they've lied to us, and I know that that they have a lot of catching up to do as far as building trust back in general, and they may never come back. But I can say as a fact is, as a organization, they have to be accountable to their words. And so inherently, when there's more accountability, there's more friction. There's going to be a delay when their official responses come out. So although I do think it's taken too long for them to clarify details that they should be able to clarify sooner, and my criticism to them is mainly bluntly about that is speed up the process that you can clarify these things and help out the public and counter this false information that's coming from the media outlets who aren't accountable to their words and are allowed to fabricate things, sensationalize things, go off rumors. And if they're wrong, they're like, oopsie, I'm wrong. But they made a bunch of money. They're already out. Where the FBI doesn't have that luxury. So we have to be impartial with however much we despise what the FBI has done in the past to us and lied to us. We have to also remain impartial to the fact that there is a logical reason why there's a delay in what we're going to hear from them.
And a great example of this, and I even think because this ties right into what we're going to be talking about tomorrow too, was the New Orleans bomber, right? Everybody remembers the FBI, this clown got up there and she said, hey, this is not related to terrorism. And then they had to come back and fix that, or at least like do a little cleanup on that. But that's true, is like if the FBI puts something out that they think is correct without spending some real time confirming it, all of us, and I'll be the first one at the door banging on it saying, hey, you know what, when they come back and say, hey, we were wrong about that, we have to change our story now, Gary's going to be there saying, you know what, you guys are lying to us now, you're changing the narrative, you're trying to cover your ass, we're all going to do it. And it is logical. I'll just leave it at that. They should be careful about what they say, but they have been really slow to react.
Too slow, but there's at least that's my way of myself reasoning and remaining a little bit impartial, to be fair.
Yeah.
So
we'll say that's
going.
I don't want to say blessing, but I'm very glad that they weren't, and the children were not there by the grace of God. So let's correct that record. And we got that wrong too. It's one of those things where when you're dealing with something live and you hear them say it everywhere and see it, ABC, Fox News, everywhere, you're like, well, you just assume, because it's not something that we think to fact check when the information is coming out and everyone was saying that. This also tells you that often people's recollection can just be wrong in traumatic events.
Yeah. Or saying that they're there, maybe they were not on site, but they were staying nearby. Could also be an accurate way of conveying it. You know what I mean? So
yes. And that's important because like I have said here, let's afford a lot of grace to those on our side, meaning conservatives, that they may just be wrong, not dishonest, and no grace or mercy for the left. That's my position. There is no righteousness in providing grace to the left, considering what they have done and how they've celebrated this. But to everyone on the right, again, I want to clarify, I am not saying that people are lying to you. There's a lot of information out there that is really tough to sift through. That brings us to the next point, what we know. A TPUSA.
Just a point I want to throw out there is Elon Musk has a saying is ignorance at the limit is indistinguishable from sabotage. And it's such a great saying that I love from him, because it's so true that ignorance is indistinguishable from sabotage. People who don't know, they don't know. And saying things, whether it's from ill intent or a bad will, or if it's just out of ignorance, the effect is the same. The effect is still, you sabotage the narrative. And so I think intention is important, but there is so much of that, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, I thought it was bad at the Butler situation. I mean, I remember the weeks and aftermath of all the stories and lies and false information, and this is compounding now with the advancement of AI, altering images of what the shooter looks like. I'm sure you've seen people put out images saying this doesn't look the same, but that was outputted by AI, and it's getting worse. The misinformation and the spectrum between ignorance and sabotage is expanding. So I don't know.
I want to double tap on what Charlie said there, and because basically what he was saying was like, I'm not giving the left any grace on this. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what Marcus's politics are. I don't really care, because I think this is true no matter what. And what I'm so sick of, and I've said it time and time, and I see it constantly down in my comment section, is this false equivalency between what the left has done and what the right, the right does this, the right does this. No. What the left has done for the last 10 years is they've painted every conservative out there as an existential threat. Yeah, we'll call the left communists. We'll call them cultists. I do all the time because I think it's a cult. That is what we don't do is unalive people that are part of cults. We don't unalive communists. But what we do unalive all the time is, and we're always, and to be clear, we're talking about their politics, right? We believe that they're social. And by the way, there's plenty of self-avowed communists within the Democratic Party or affiliated with. We're talking about their economic policies and the fact that, it's destructive. When you're calling people the guy with the small mustache, you're calling them Nazis, you're calling them all these things. Those are existential threats. And you are conditioning generations. We have 10 years now of people saying, hey, those people are an existential threat. And it would be heroic. It would be heroic if they were taken out. That's what we're dealing with. And then after this takes place, I actually thought that there would be people on the left that would come out and say, you know what, this has gone too far. And maybe there's been a couple. But if you go to X, if you go to some of the prominent politicians out there, they have come out and they have freaking doubled down. They said, you know what, he shouldn't have died, but he was a Nazi, but he was Hitler, but he was racist, a bigot, all of these things. And all of those are demonstrably untrue. So I feel the exact same way until we have some sort of recollection of that and recognizing how wrong they are and what they've done in that manner and radicalized people all over this country against conservative. Like, we are not one people. We cannot reconcile our beliefs. Like, until that happens, until the rhetoric on their side, because they're responsible for it. Until that changes, like, we can't have a kumbaya movement, folks. That's where I'm at with this. I don't care what you said. I'm tired of being called a racist because I don't believe that, we should let every person that wants to come in this country when we have no idea what their backgrounds are. We don't know if they're affiliated with terrorist organizations or drug cartels or bringing in fentanyl or whatever else. Like, that doesn't make me a bad person. I'm tired of pretending that it does. Go ahead, Mark.
So I sense I'm probably more centrist. Is that correct? Than you, but I am right leaning for sure. But I don't believe in mass punishment. I believe in individual accountability. And so, because like in the Marine Corps, right, I hated when one person in the battalion gets drunk on Friday night, sure. and then they get in trouble with the law. We're out in town, out overseas or whatever, and now all of us have our liberty restricted because of that one idiot. When I didn't do anything wrong, and I personally have friends, I'm on the left, and that I can have a conversation with, and that I understand where they're coming from, and not attribute this to their fault specifically. So, I just, I feel maybe I could add value to this discourse between you and me, because ultimately I understand exactly where you're coming from. And if I had it my way, if I had to choose your extreme version of the world to live in as a reality or theirs, I would choose yours. That's so that's just true. I like law and order. I like traditional values. I like the way God has things created for us. I like that. And so I'm comfortable in that world. But these people who are hyper emotional are not, that's not their world they want. And to them, it is life or death. And one of them, Tyler, took it to the absolute extreme, and screw him. May he burn. May he burn. And absolutely no remorse, no mercy at all. But does that mean the whole left is accountable for him? That, to me, I can't. Maybe if you want to talk about it, I'm open to having my mind change, but I can't at this moment.
I'll just say this: like, when you even say like your extreme version of the world, like, I don't think my version of the world is all that extreme. Like,
but to them it is.
Yeah. But that's the problem. Is like they've become so far from. They've become like, if based on what I believe right now, I'd probably be like a freaking Reagan Democrat in the 80s. And that hasn't true. Like, they've become so far left, and they've left so, like, when you've moved so far left that, like, Joe Rogan considers himself a conservative, it's almost ridiculous because he's extremely left. And it does go back to, like, the difference between, one of the things Charlie Kirk said, I tried to play it the other day, and even though the audio didn't come up, was, the difference between a liberal and a leftist. And I guess some distinction should be made. And I think that's a fair criticism. Some distinction should be made between Democrat, liberals, and leftists. And I do think that I'm referencing specifically extreme leftists, but we can discuss that in another.
This could get heated, but
Sure.
I would enjoy having this conversation later. But let's keep going. You want to? Right now, Crowder is doing a good job laying this out. For I don't watch a lot of his content, but when I saw this, I was like, I like the way he was articulating things. I like that how he's going about it. So I think it's worth watching and getting our take on it. So let's keep going. We're at 2203.
Employee removed the rear view camera from the event. And this, of course, led to many conspiracies that this footage must just have disappeared.
Do you know what he's talking about? Oh, this shot?
Yes, absolutely.
Safety team is here. I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk got hit, is what the security detail just said.
Point there, just said. It just happened. So there's no cordoning off. There's no team. He didn't have the Secret Service and the entire police department of Utah on this event. So just keep that in mind. And then we can. I want to get your take, but let's finish it.
So I understand people saying, "Hey, it doesn't." The reason that's tainting or messing with the crime scene. I don't know what the term is. I forgot. Tampering. There you go. With the crime scene. Well, okay, that may or may not be true, but that also doesn't mean that it's a conspiracy, because, again, as someone who's done many of these types of events, that's the first thing you do at breakdown.
Yes.
it becomes second nature, right? It's a habit. The first thing you do is make sure that you have the cameras right to land, that you make sure that the equipment that would be expensive.
I'm telling you what, as a media guy, since I've left the military, I pursued media, and one of the biggest pain points and lessons I've ever learned is not getting a copy of the media immediately, waiting and letting things get corrupted and losing a day's worth of footage. It's literally second nature. So if that guy's a media guy, I'm telling you, I'd be doing the same thing. There's nothing wrong with getting a copy. You can always give copies and provide that to police as they show up, but getting, as a priority is second nature. That's what I do as well. Anything to add? You want me to keep going?
No, keep going.
Has the footage, because that's the first thing people would steal, and of course is very important.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you lose the footage, then
Right.
it's all for nothing, basically.
And so people were saying, who is doing that? And there was a conspiracy at one point that was a Fed. Well, one of the producers for Charlie Kirk addressed this specifically. And again, you can't know that this is 100%, but seems to check out and make sense.
Why did he grab the SD cards? Well, first of all, they're in the possession of the FBI. Okay. It's not like he took them and ran off with them. Second of all, I asked him personally, I said, why did you do that? And he looked at me, and this was his answer. He said, because I know people can be evil. And he did not want that footage being grabbed by somebody. There was videos of people after the incident going and stealing hats off the table.
Right. Okay. So now, Josh, I know we're gonna jump over, Mr. Feinstein, to what we've been told. He's taking great care in his handwriting.
Much better handwriting than I do. Good job.
Mine always ends up being like a mix of cursive and print.
Yes.
Because I don't remember all the cursive capitals.
No.
It's just an S with the bottom a little curl. So here's what we've been told. And by the way, I'm trying to be very, very lenient here, because I'm not giving the authority to those in the intelligence agencies if it can't be verified. So one of the things that we are told is that September 10th, shortly after the shooting, that the shooter dumped his gun in the woods. Right, that's where they found it, in the towel. If someone can let us know, we have not been able to confirm that the picture of the rifle that is circulated is actually confirmed as the official picture of the gun. It may or may not be. We have not been able to. And this is what we do here for a living. Okay. We have also been told, and I say this because I absolutely agree with you, that these are suspicious, that September 10th, we don't know the time, the shooter exchanged messages with his homosexual trans boyfriend. His blatantly homosexual trans boyfriend. You're having sex with a guy, Tyler Robinson. And those obviously do not read as any type of text message that would take place between two Gen Z males.
No, they don't. But there are multiple ways that can be interpreted.
Well, exactly.
In other words, a lot of people that want to run with one particular way, but there are a couple that make sense and are very plausible that you have to give some room to.
Right. It could be, hey, someone could have planted it, or it could have been written by the feds because he's a patsy, he's a fall guy, or they could have been trying to establish, Breaking Bad, try and set a narrative for themselves so that they could claim there was some kind of culpable deniability from the blatantly homosexual trans gay boyfriend.
It could have also been just a terrific roommate.
It could, yes.
I mean, have you ever had a terrific roommate before? You speak to them as if they're family.
Yes, you speak the King's English.
Like, wow, you picked up your trash and vacuumed the couch? I love you. You're my love.
I have never seen dishes so spotless. BJ in the works.
Yeah, I'm trying to be the voice of reason.
Was photographed at a Dairy Queen there near campus.
Next point is, have you heard about this? Him later that day being photographed at a Dairy Queen. People are really freaking out about that.
Yeah, and I've also seen where people are now turning a new conspiracy where it's like, oh God, we see Superman in the background, and then something else is photographed with Superman, and then of course, basically the because of the statements of the surgeon, them saying, oh, Charlie Kirk is Superman. He has, steel bone.
Oh my gosh.
They've turned this into another one of these.
I haven't heard that one.
He's saying, I don't even know where that goes, but there's some sort of thread that they've woven in there where it just proves that this whole thing is just one big conspiracy. And I don't even know where that trail leads down, but I just find it another point that's interesting.
That I haven't heard that one, but that's I believe it now with what I've seen. From birds being conflated as drones and secret bird drones. It nothing surprises me at this point.
Okay.
And the previous point, have you looked at Gary, have you looked at those conversations that the FBI released as far as the text message exchange between him and his boyfriend?
I have.
Have you seen it? A lot of people have a lot of issues with that, saying it's, of course, if you're coming from the standpoint, which many are, is that they're not going to believe anything the FBI puts out. Then if that's your lens immediately and you're reading it, of course, you're going to be like, this sounds bizarre.
Here's what I would say to that is, if the FBI was going to fake texts, why would they fake it like that? I mean, there's some pretty sophisticated younger folks. Why would they fake that? What I think that is, and you tell me what you think, but I think what that is them trying to cover their ass. I think that was fabricated ahead of time to give the roommate some deniability with this. And I think that whole thing is contrived, but because I think that roommate knew about what was going on. And I do think there are other people involved in some of their chat rooms and all the other stuff. I think that those things need to be looked at for sure. But I think there is almost zero chance in my mind, and this is pure speculation, obviously, that the roommate was not involved or didn't have knowledge, at least have knowledge about what was going on.
So I don't know how much time you have. I just watched last night a really good video by another YouTuber. And I saved that video if we want to watch it. And he's not a psychologist, but he gives his perspective on things. Something explains. He broke it down in a way that convinced me that okay, I can see how this is a real exchange. And he also broke it down in a way that does basically intrinsically cause his boyfriend to basically be accomplice. Like, he would have had to known about this based on how he looks into the conversation. So would you like to watch that?
Well,
or
let's get
finish
through
this?
We'll get through this, and then we'll get to the
What time does that start?
comments, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sounds
How
good.
much time we got left?
Roger that.
6:30.
Go ahead and share the screen, Gary.
I guess they need to see that, huh?
38 p.m. on September 10th.
Correct.
Now, the reason that this one really matters is because, and I understand this came from Candace Owens, as I understand it first, is people ran with this saying, well, how could he possibly go home 250 miles away and come back and be at that Dairy Queen? Well, again, that's just people being a little bit sloppy, because it was actually the next day that he was found surrendering at his parents.
Right. And another part to that is that people were talking about the 17 minutes and saying that it was 17 minutes later. So this is how these things kind of evolve. Really, what the post originally said was it is 17 minutes away from campus.
Right.
Not that it was 17 minutes later. So people just kind of took all that and put it together.
Yes. And I'll get to some of the conspiracy theories, but a big one, and it even convinced me at one point where I saw someone say, well, we'll get to it, but the idea that he changed outfits again for a third or fourth time to get there, and that he got there 17 minutes later. That's what some people are actually saying online. No, even if you go by the time code, assuming this is correct, and we have not seen any authentic verification, but to be fair, I don't know that it's not correct. That would be well over 6-7 hours later. And he wasn't found at his parents until the next day. So you have to look at it and go, okay, based on what we know, is it entirely plausible, feasible, reasonable that he scoped out the campus in one outfit, came back hours later in the same outfit that he was wearing to carry out the assassination, got to the roof, reassembled the rifle, fired the shot, jumped off the roof, ran away in that very outfit, and then many, many, many hours later was found at a nearby Dairy Queen in a different outfit. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I would tell you that often the most common thing to do, the very first thing after an assassination, would be change outfits and change vehicles. And you'd be surprised how many killers are found at restaurants, coffee shops, fast food joints after events like this, especially when they are in shock. So that's everything we know. That's everything that we are told. He was not at the Dairy Queen 17 minutes later. He was not at the Dairy Queen when he was supposedly already at his parents' house and would have had to come back. He was caught at his parents' house the next day, and he was at that Dairy Queen, if this image is correct, many, 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 many hours later.
Yes, and just to be clear, he wasn't caught. He turned himself in.
Right.
He was at his parents' house before going. Just to make sure they don't take that and run with it.
Right. Correct. And that's something too. Sometimes people speak ineloquently, and I see that's what leads to this idea of 19 Houdini-like outfit changes. And we'll get to that clip. Here's what we do not know right now. Okay, so here you go.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked all the way back. But I want to ask you, Gary, before we get into this part, is there anything you want to add?
No, I think
keep going.
and I will say he actually clarified a few things for me. I thought it was that he was at that Dairy Queen 17 minutes later, which, I didn't know how far that Dairy Queen was, which, I know a lot of people pointed out as suspicious. It wasn't something, I was so, and I still am so engrossed in what happened during, the first couple of minutes and during, obviously, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, that I wasn't paying a lot of attention to that. So that was good clarification for me. And hopefully some of you out there, you guys are getting a better picture of what actually took place, as opposed to all of your information being given to you through the filter of social media, which, we've all been guilty of that.
Absolutely. I find this very valuable. I appreciate Crowder for producing this and putting the time into verifying these things to the best of his ability. Let's get to that part where he starts talking about what we don't know and see if we agree or disagree with that, because I haven't watched this part actually.
Here's what we do not know. We do not know who knew about this beforehand at this moment in time. There are guesses.
Yeah.
There are theories. We do not know that for a fact. There is no documented video, record, written, oral, or otherwise that tells us who knew beforehand.
I just want to interject and from what I saw last night with if we happen to watch that explanation or breakdown psychologically of the text messages, what he points out is in that message, Tyler references to the roommate that, do you remember what I wrote on the casings? I forget the exact words, but he basically tells his boyfriend, like, you remember what I was writing on the casings that notices bulge, ooey-oh, transgender meme? And he's like, oh my God, if that's on the news, I'm gonna have a heart attack or something like that. That suggests that, and especially that the other casings had things like, hey, fascist catch on a bullet casing. It's pretty hard to deny that his roommate had no idea what was going on if he was familiar that Tyler was engraving on bullet casings, things like this. So
I agree.
So we don't know, but reading into the details, I feel good enough at this point to express that my best speculation is that his roommate probably did know enough he should have at least know enough to be an accomplice, I guess.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
We do
okay.
not know at this point in time, to the same standard as what you see on camera, if anybody else was involved. We don't know that. So let's pop that on the board. We don't know if who knew beforehand, anyone else. Yeah, I guess that's redundant. We do not know.
There's the really weird thing that is very, very also, if I'm putting my conspiracy hat on, one thing that tripped me out is the George Zinn guy who willingly put his hand up as a false culprit, saying I shot him, and basically gave Tyler a huge head start on his exfil, taking the fall for him. What is still boggles my mind.
It's hard to believe that guy did that spontaneously.
Almost like it was instant. I was watching it in real time when this happened, and it was instantly the guy basically was like, "It was me" or something.
Yeah,
I don't want to add to the speculation because I don't know. I don't know. My understanding is he almost instantly basically admitted to being the shooter and saying, kill me. And on top of that, there's footage of him being an eyewitness account, doing an interview for the 9/11 attacks.
Yep.
And so that's freaking weird. I mean, the only thing that gives me solace is in the interview, I watched it, the one that George Zinn did back in 2001 or way back when the 9/11 attacks happened, is in the interview, he's basically saying before the event happened, he was on his way back home to Salt Lake City, Utah, back then in 2001. So this is 20 years ago. He's saying in that interview that before he gives the account of what he saw with the plane attacks, he's saying, I was on my way back home to Salt Lake City, Utah. So there's no way they planned this 20 years in advance. And so he lives nearby And if he just happens to be somebody who is involved throughout history, being at these events, it's not that crazy. As an old man, he wants to, drive down and be at this this rally, especially if it's something that emotionally he either really agrees with, or obviously it seems like he really disagreed with Charlie Kirk. But that to me is the only thing that made me think, okay, at least he was nearby, and that gives me some reason to believe that it's possible that he's crazy old kook, and he was interested in what was going on nearby his home, so he showed up and decided to lose it. I don't know. That's my best guess right now, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think it's as good as any.
So, okay.
Oh, where the shooter went immediately after the shooting. We do not know that. And here is a big one, because I will tell you, I still don't know. And this is where the authorities and the FBI could do a much better job, because there's a lot of speculation, and it may prove pivotal. I wouldn't say pivotal in this being the murder, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and it changing the end result, but it may be pivotal in addressing some of the conspiracies. So I don't think that the authorities are doing a good job in addressing this. We don't know if Charlie Kirk was wearing a plate carrier or a bulletproof vest. Now, again, check the references. I am fully aware that Mrs. Erica Kirk indicated in an interview with the New York Times that he generally didn't wear a bulletproof vest.
That's pretty good info. I didn't see that. I wish I would have saw that earlier.
Yeah.
So
she said that. Okay. She wasn't there. So she couldn't know. I have not heard yet from anyone who was there or the authorities that he absolutely was not wearing any type of carrier or vest on that day. Because there have been some interviews and information in the past where, well, Erica, he didn't like wearing them, but Erica would force him to, or Erica wanted him to, Mrs. Kirk wanted him to. There's been a lot of information out there. The only definitive statement that we have is Mrs. Erica Kirk saying he generally didn't wear a bulletproof vest, and I wanted him to. So we don't know. And here's the thing. There are images from before and at the moment of the incident where it does look like some people have posited. Actually, guys, there's another image that's a little bit better, if we can grab it, before the exact shooting that has an outline. If you guys can bring it, there are about 3 or 4 images that would seem to indicate there's some kind of a plate or vest. I'm not saying that there is one. It could be some weird mic cords wrapped around his shoulders in a weird way. That raising of the shirt could be his cross, a ricochet, and it raising the shirt. The bullet itself of traveling at a trajectory, right? Josh could raise clothing in some capacity.
A little bit.
Angle, a little bit, this. A jump would not be out of the ordinary for even if there's no bullet.
I think it's unlikely, but yeah.
Yes, exactly. But it's unlikely, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. We don't know if he had any type of plate or bulletproof vest. At this moment in time, I'm leaning toward maybe not, but we don't know. Seems like he wasn't wearing one when he was throwing hats out to the crowd beforehand. Right. The footage is pretty clear on that, but it would be pretty easy for someone to go, all right, I'll just put this on. We have some here where you just literally stuff it in a shirt that has a pocket. It takes all of 10 seconds to do.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like when he was throwing the hats out that he basically just went right in and sat down at the chair. So
that's what it looks like. Talking with people where people say, okay, we're ready. And it's taken a while. And I say, okay, I'll be there. And I need to go to the bathroom first because I know I'll be sitting down. Oh, you're still here?
I think that's it. I think they pretty much wrap it up.
Cool. Yeah. A couple of things to note that I will say about whether we're talking about a bulletproof vest or mics or anything else. The other point is that he also, when he's throwing on hats, doesn't have his mic on or any of the other stuff. So there is some sort of gap in actually seeing, like, when did he get mic'd up? Like, I don't know if there's video of him doing that. So anyways, I'm with Crowder on that. I think I'm leaning now toward that he didn't, but that's what was the best explanation of the physics and the ballistics of what we saw. And that's what I believe took place. And the moment that there was any doubt, I came out and said that. And I don't take her word for that. Like, again, I've talked about why I think that she may be covering that up a little bit. I think that is very plausible. But again, could come out that he doesn't have a bulletproof vest, but honestly, everything else that I believe in the evidence that I see, it ends up being almost immaterial overall. So real quick, let's just go through some of the super chats. They're going to have questions for us, and then we'll try to hit some lives. And then if we get to a spot where we can, I would love to cover some of that other material that you talked about as well. All right. Let's see. You can see the evidence of the rifle while he's jumping off the building. Towels don't stick straight up. I agree with you, Matt. How come people aren't running or hiding after the gunshot when he jumps off the roof? They are walking like it's a normal day. It's the film. Is the film the same day? Yes. So I'll tell you again, Gray Hughes, he just does a great job stitching this all together. He actually took what was happening inside the video of that. He time synced it with what we're seeing on the surveillance footage. He does a really good job laying that out. You can go watch that. You can believe it or not. But again, everybody outside probably had no idea what was going on inside. I mean, that's just the reality. If like you're walking, if something like this happened in, a football stadium or something like that, even if you heard what you thought was a gunshot, you might think, I mean, people inside there have said they thought it was fireworks. So someone outside probably thinks it was fireworks. There's clearly an event going on. So there's all of that's plausible, right?
Yep, I agree.
What about a down-loaded hand load? This is something that I think me and Marcus are going to talk more about tomorrow. Yeah, like once you get into the hand loads, like the sky's the limit of possibilities. Like you have lower muzzle velocity, you have a lower, you could be going with all kinds of, there's a ton of different frangible rounds that are available to you, varmint rounds, lighter 120 grain, 110 grain, even 100 grain, 30 cal loads. What's your thought on that without giving too much away for tomorrow?
It's not out of the realm of like what I'm willing to consider as a possibility. He grew up hunting. He grew up around guns. There's lots of pictures of him in his childhood with guns and shooting. And he seems like a smart individual, high IQ. Wouldn't put it past him to think about this if he was planning. And he's clearly someone who obsesses about details. Even in the conversation with his boyfriend, he's talking about, basically just hyper focused on getting his gun back, leaving no evidence. So if he wanted to basically load his own rounds to somehow add to his plausible deniability of being there, not having any trace back to any shop or store or a round batch, maybe he would think that, and maybe he would load his own round, and then maybe it would have been basically
could be possible.
Be possible.
Here's my problem with that theory. The problem with that theory is that if I'm loading rounds personally to do what he did, like I'm not going with the least possible lethal load, right? I'm going to go with something that I know packs a punch. I'm going to go with a higher velocity. Could he have found some older ammunition that if ammunition is old enough and it's exposed to different elements long enough, we do have decreased power. There are frangible rounds going all the way back to like the 60s and 70s. I think even World War II, used for different purposes. Like there's a host of possibilities that could make not having an exit wound plausible. It's just so atypical. That's the problem that I think everybody has.
Question for you, Gary.
Yeah.
I know in the military you can trace batches of rounds, so they can always trace where rounds came from, which unit shot what. But does that happen in the civilian world? Can they trace rounds where they were bought, what manufacturer or reseller sold that round?
Yes. So number one, well, especially if they have the box. So if they have the box of ammunition, they find that at home. Not only is it going to have obviously the manufacturer, but it's going to have the lot number on there. And then of course, they can definitely take that round and they can figure out where the brass came from, where the projectile came from. They could chemically analyze the propellant and figure out where that came from. So all of that is traceable. It's easy to figure out. And hopefully we'll get some news on it. The thing that is strange, if we're talking about a pre-World War, I guess they're saying that Mauser was actually pre-World War I. Who knows if that's been in the family and that's been used for that long? Who knows how long that ammunition could have been sitting around if it was indeed a store-bought ammunition. The other thing, and don't let me forget, Marcus, the other thing that I do want to discuss has come up a lot between you and I. I want to discuss between you and I. It hasn't come up between you and I, but I see it in the comments a lot, is the idea of that round keyholing. We'll cover that, and I bet, and what that means, and the likelihood of that taking place. Thank you, Pat Murphy, by the way. Hornady VMAX or similar lightweight 223 bullet design for very rapid expansion, no armor, no earpiece, was necklace from Candace show today. Okay, that's fine. Where did she get? First of all, I'm just going to say, okay, I do think that was a necklace, so that gives me credence to believe some of this thing. And I don't know exactly. And this is the other thing too. I see comments like this in the comments, and then I go find it out and come to find out what was actually said was different or significantly different. I don't know. There is VMAX, right? It's also VMAX is a frangible varmint round. We'd have to see. Right now, the indication is that it is 5.56. I mean, it is 30-06. So we'll have to see. Maybe it'll come out that that barrel was not a 30-06. That gun was not a 30-06, and that was bad information put out at the beginning. That would explain some things. But I will also say, and you tell me what you think about this, Marcus. Man, I've seen dudes hit with 223, and I've seen dudes hit with 7.62. And it did not look like Charlie was hit with 223. It looked like it looked like 30-06 to me. What's your thoughts? And I know that's kind of hard to tell from some of that. That's a little bit.
It is.
But it just didn't look like he was hit with 223.
It didn't. To be honest, what is so perplexing about this whole situation is it didn't look like anything I've personally seen before, besides hemorrhaging wounds and near big arteries. I haven't specifically seen one by the neck, but other big arteries like femoral and stuff like that I've seen, and it looked familiar to that. But as far as the caliber, I don't know. I'm taking it for I'm taking it at its word or at face value for the official reports that it is a 30-06. I'm going from there, and I'm trying to make sense of that, to be honest, at this point.
Indo says, I emailed 2 creators the back right video, which shows the necklace fly forward and not blood. One immediately emailed back and agreed, but I think the other wants to ride the view wave. I will tell you this, Indo, the day after that event took place, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that it was a necklace, and I can't take credit for that because I didn't know what it was. What I will take credit for, or who I will give credit to, is the group chat that I had on X. There's a bunch of folks in there saying that it was the necklace. We've also come up with, we got 2 engineers working on a theory of what we think happened to the necklace and why it was accelerated to the way that it was. Once we have we've already got the math behind it. It's just, if I told you guys what we believe took place, I think you would say that it seems unbelievable, and I understand it, but I think there's good physics behind it. And when we can kind of demonstrate that, we will.
As far as I know, I'm the first one to propose the necklace in official video. So that I'm pretty sure the people who came to your Twitter feed came from my video. I'm 90% sure.
I'm not talking about a Twitter feed. These are folks that I've been talking to. Like, there's like 5 people that we have in a Twitter chat. Just a message, a group chat.
Roger that.
And we've been working on this and other stuff. Like, that's some smart folks. And anyways, so I'd have to go back and look at some timestamps and to see exactly when and where I said. I don't care. I'm not saying that I don't doubt that we were not the first ones to say that, but I can tell you, with at least by the next day, we were saying that, and I'm pretty sure I mentioned that in a live. I don't think I posted that in the video, but take that for what it is.
Nice.
Everybody thinks, because I get the emails, folks, where like, I know no one else has mentioned this, but I want you to look at these guys like literally yesterday. I know nobody has found this yet or seen this yet, but I want you to see this picture in this video of these guys giving hand signals. I don't know if that's been mentioned before. Like, everybody was mentioning it. So that's the way it works. Brian in the North, thank you very much, buddy. Is the front, if the front is the entry, it must be a 45, 70 or bigger. No, I don't believe that.
Me neither.
Like, you can, there's some good explanations of why a round can look, an entry wound can look bigger than it should. Again, angle of entry is one of them. Okay. If we hit at a slight angle or a downward angle or upward angle, it's going to elongate and make that bigger. The other thing that's come up that we're going to talk about in depth, because I definitely want to hear his thoughts on this, is the idea that it's destabilized, it's yawing, and possibly even keyholing. Those are things we'll talk about. Disney up, boiler up. I don't have a question. Keep up the good videos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having multiple opinions rather than just the ones that align with your own theory. That shows you're truly interested in truth. I am. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Me too. Thank you.
Did you get the email I sent you from the guy from Insight Trading Group talking about the ballistics? Maybe have him on as well. Still going through lots of emails. I'm way behind them. I have had at least 5,000 emails. With that being said, I do want to, if you guys have information, new information, I want it, email it to dlpodcast@paramountactical.com. I'm going to have to hire some people to help me go through emails, and that's just a fact. Callie says, I like your vibe. Your video was great, Marcus. If the haters are loud, then your volume is working. I agree. I like your vibe too, Marcus.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
A lot of people will never believe a lone gunman could make a shot like those that did JFK and Charlie. It's easier to scream conspiracy, Occam's razor. Two things while I'm thinking about it. Number one, for those of you that just come to the chat, please go like and subscribe and support Marcus. Go see his video. All his socials are down in the description below, so you can go check those out. Go follow us on Twitter at least. We're also on Instagram, Facebook. I barely do anything on Facebook anymore, but Instagram for sure, and then Rumble as well. Even though there's like 12 people total on Rumble, I'm pretty sure. I wish it was a more viable platform because it's definitely a little bit more freedom of speech.
100%.
Where, they support freedom of speech more so than YouTube. YouTube
completely.
YouTube is the worst. Yeah. Jeff, he was shot from the upper right side, and the front is the exit, and the round catches his shirt, and the exit thus causing the shirt to do what you see there. Jeff and everybody else, please go watch the video that I did. I'm going to pull it up again. It's the one that's been demonetized, and it has been restricted. It is on my channel. It's not the last video I did, but the one before. It is Charlie Kirk was the real threat behind him. Go watch that video. You're going to have to hit a disclaimer saying that you're going to see graphic content. And the only graphic content, folks, because I tried to sterilize it, is we're shooting pork butts. I'm not. I have a video of them shooting pork butts, showing what an entry versus exit wound is. And it before they demonetize it, it hit 1 million views in less than a day. Actually, it was restricted. Even though it was restricted, it still hit 1 million views in less than a day. And then, I'm sorry. Even though it was demonetized, it hit 1 million views in less than a day. And then they restricted it, and now it's gotten no additional views. Weird, right? So take that for what it is. Pat Murphy, can you explain how he ran away after the shot? He went past a lot of people by the street. How no one see the gun that he said to have in his hand. Yeah, he had it covered in a towel. People don't pay attention to their surroundings. You see all kinds of people walking by. They're not paying attention. There's people driving by. They probably don't. And folks, I see this all the time. Like my own kids, my own family, all this stuff. Like, I'm like, do you guys not have any situational awareness? We're so stuck in these things over here, and I'm guilty of it too. We're so stuck in these things over here that like no one has good situational awareness before we had cell phones in our hand. And now that we have cell phones in our hand, like even when we aren't looking at it, we're thinking about something. Like I'm always lost in the sauce, right? I'm driving and I leave the house, and I'm someone that tries to practice good situational awareness. Next thing you know, I'm my destination, and like I've just been so lost in thought about this or business or whatever else. Like people just don't pay attention. So it's not, it's not implausible.
Most people are in the white.
Yeah, 100%. Cooper's Colors. Hi guys, any thoughts on LE campus, LE and Kirk security team? Did they have coordinated security plan, or were caught and understaffed and flat-footed? Guys, as someone that has has been involved in PSD and personal security details and things like that. Personal security detail, which is what they had, is a 4 to 5 man team The only thing that they're really responsible for is to make sure that people can't get to Charlie physically. Sure, I'm sure those guys, if somebody pulled out a gun, would throw themselves in front of that. But that is not what they're there to do. They don't have those capabilities. They are not a counter sniper team. They are not the Secret Service. Like, they're paying attention to everything at that 5-yard target, right? Everything right there in front of them, and making sure that his inner circle is secure. They have no ability, and he doesn't have the resources, or at least didn't have them there, to where we have this detailed security plan. Campuses don't have security, like a lot of security. That's why they're soft targets. That's why schools, churches, colleges, things like that are constantly targeted by these mass shooters, because they're soft targets. Because even when they have security, like, the vulnerabilities of them are easy to exploit. Really
well said. One thing I've been wanting to add, and I want to make a video about it, honestly, but if this is my only chance, or if this is an opportunity, I'll take it, is talking about deterrence, is the importance. If a future security team hears this and sees what's the pattern that's playing out, is these young kids getting their hands on these high power rifles. The technology and the weapon systems are efficient and affordable and accessible enough at a point where the counter sniper measurements need to be taken into account. I mean, if you're guarding someone of high value, I hope this is a giant wake up call that take the minimum measures for counter snipers. And that means considering that both these last 2 assassination attempts, within around the last year on high profile targets, have both come from the most obvious direct line of sight, rooftop, silhouette position. So not thinking too far deep into what would I do if I was a sniper, if you've got all this experience like Gary or I, but thinking if I was, starting from the very top of the most probable and easy threat possible, and then going from there is, are the rooftops secured? Direct line of sight. Let me stand where my subject is going to be and look at the surrounding rooftops. And is there any countermeasures put up there? And I don't care if it's just a beeping red light or a GoPro. You could put something up there that would deter most people when they come around that corner and they see, oh shoot, there's something filming me. Even if it's not even on, that would deter people. Yeah. And also putting up some kind of glass, right? Even if it's not bulletproof glass, the shooter doesn't know that. And that would deter a lot of people, I think, if they're like, you know what? I'm risking my life in prison to try to get this shot. What if that plexiglass is bulletproof? What if it deflects around and I go to jail and I don't hit my target? I'm just going to, I'm going to go retreat back and live to fight another day. Deterrents are very powerful. So I hope that this is a wake-up call to put some kind of counter sniper measures in place for most security teams going forward.
Yeah, and I think they will. And I think that I think what we're going to see is like just a standard operating procedure for any security team is the inclusion of drone coverage, and having 1 or 2 guys or girls they're manning drones and actually heads in a goggle and can be in a different room, but scanning those areas.
Just do some sweeps on the rooftops. That would deter most people, I think.
And just like you said, just having a drone up in the air during that entire event will deter a lot of people. With all that being said, look, I think I think anytime that we create new security measures, obviously additional, those can be exploited as well. But I do think that the standard for security is gonna change after both Butler and this, especially when it comes to civilian security, for sure.
I hope so.
He was hit from the right, not by a 30-06. If you watch his body, it tenses up right before, and then you see the exit hole after he flinches look right. Yeah,
the bullet's moving so fast, guys. Before you flinch, it's already through and through. You don't flinch while the bullet's moving through you. That's crazy.
And again, I cover all of that in that video, so please go watch that video. At least watch it, get a different perspective, and then if you still think that, that's fine, and maybe you're right. I don't think you are, but please explain entry and exit wounds, blood splatter spray. I did. Yeah, that was a good point. I like you guys are fact-based, keep it straightforward. That's what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Candace's episode from today, she spoke to the guy who caught the guy on the roof. He is supposedly a gun trainer and says it was a man in all black tactical gear and mask. 223 is what he said. I'm going to have to clearly, like me and Mark are going to have to study up Candace.
I'm going to have to watch that because that's crazy.
Yeah.
If that's, I got to see that.
Hey, and look, Marcus and I talked about this. We would love, and I talked about it my last podcast. I want so bad to catch the government trying to pull one of these things off. I think they're smart enough to create enough plausible deniability. The elements, and I don't even think it's our government. I think it's elements within our government. All these programs that we're talking about, MK Ultra, all those, they're small, small, well-funded little pockets within our government that are doing some really nefarious stuff that I don't think most politicians are aware of. So it's not just our government, but I would love to catch some sort of program like that taking place.
That's kind of, I don't know about you, but that's my goal is remain level-headed. Don't get thrown off by all the ridiculous things. Stay focused, and I would love to catch something where it's a blatant mistake and they get sloppy, because these people are not going to be sloppy. They're not going to do something. They didn't get to where they are by being careless and reckless. They're going to be hard to catch. And I come at it with that, incentives, and they're incentivized to be not careless about this. And I don't think they're going to create a rabbit or a breadcrumb trail back to them so easily. So, but that is my goal. That is my goal here.
They're going to have so many layers between them and the target, right? So there's going to be 4 people that have no idea that they're working for the government and encouraging this type of activity and everything in between. So like this, I think we need to realize the sophistication that's involved here, that doesn't rely on Dragonfly drones, doesn't rely on exploding lapel mics. It doesn't rely on gun cameras. It doesn't rely on a second
shooters
that is going to create a contradictory trajectory. That in itself is just,
it's mind-bogglingly sloppy. It just would never happen.
It
would never happen.
Like if Marcus and I can come up with that fact, like if we were planning this, like, hey, you know what? Let's put a real shooter on there and make this patsy. Like we would come up with a plan, and he's a Marine, by God, and I'm just a knuckle dragon 18 Bravo, right? So like we are not the creme de the creme of intelligence. Maybe Marcus is, but I'm definitely not.
No,
and I can tell you that would be a really bad plan, and is not how anybody with any training, with any sophistication, would do it. We would not put a shooter over here and a patsy over here. That's not what would happen. And
never.
And then the evidence for that is not there, and there's so much evidence against it that it's just not plausible.
I agree.
I think it was a 17 HMR takedown. Maybe we don't know what the caliber is. That I think Steven Crowder's, and we don't even know if Has the FBI put out an official statement on the rifle and the 30-06? I think they have it.
I thought I got my picture of the rifle. I'm pretty sure I took it from the FBI social. But I have to rethink that, because Crowder said that they really tried to figure that out, and I have to assume they would have found that if that's how easily I got it. So I will relook at that. But at this moment, I can't say anything more than what Crowder was saying. Is I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Eric, thank you. Arlington Road, ? The only thing that they needed TY to do, drop off his pop-up pew-pew by the chicken coop in the backyard off the house across the street from UVU. Personally, I doubt Tyler is in any of these videos. Okay.
I don't fully understand what he was saying.
I think basically what he was saying was he doesn't think that Tyler was the person there, that Tyler dropped off a rifle somewhere, and then somebody else was the one conducting the operation in and around. Because what I will say that's fair to Eric here is that even some of the pictures that we see of him, he was obviously intentional about avoiding CCT footage. So far, and maybe the FBI has released new ones, but every picture I've seen of him on CCT footage, like his head is down and you can't make out.
Yeah, he's got sunglasses on and
so
change of clothes.
I see your point's not invalid. I'll say that, Eric. Gary, on Jack Posobiec's show today. He said Charlie was not wearing a vest. As you know, he was as close to anyone to Charlie. That's sounds good.
At this point, that's what I believe.
Yeah, and I tend to defer to that as well. What if the FBI went off of what Tyler admitted? I mean, that's not how the FBI works. That's not what what any investigation typically does. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're implying there.
Super Mugs. He's basically saying that the narrative was created by his confession, but the narrative was already there before his confession existed. So I think we kind of got the chicken and the egg type thing.
Yeah.
Could you please state from your experience another firearm that could do the damage observed? I mean, anyone could.
You never know.
Yeah.
As soon as a round comes in contact with anything other than smooth air, you just don't know exactly how it's going to tumble, ricochet, splatter, mushroom. You just don't know.
Yeah. Again, all you can do is go off if you have a lot of experience with these types of things. And again, everything that we've said is kind of working under the assumption that it is a 30-06. So is it possible that a 30-06 did what it did and didn't have an exit wound? It is. It's not impossible. It is super, super unlikely. But there could be some things that we're not aware of now that may be some factors that we just can't consider. Maybe it was really, I don't know, man. I don't have a good answer for you. That is the most confusing thing to me.
What do you think about this? I mean, this is kind of speculative, but you know how rounds, when they hit water, they kind of zip in different directions when they hit fluid?
Sure.
So, you have a slight 10-degree downward angle, let's say, and it hits, all the soft fluid and blood and the neck. And what if it kind of, already on a downward trajectory, zips downward through the fluid and then ricochets down through the spine in his back and stays contained with his back, the skin of his back. That's kind of, and I do have the video of Alex Jones describing in more explicit detail of what happened than Andrew goes into in his public post. But at this point, that's my best guess.
And maybe we should play that at some point. Here's my problem with that. When we're talking about anything other than something ballistically resistant, right? Whether we're talking about some sort of composite plate or something hard, right? Even like hardwood, concrete, things like that. Even when you hit that stuff, much less something fluid, like it takes time and distance to change that trajectory, right? So if it did fluid, just like when it takes a little bit of time, and I don't see, like what we have is basically a space of this from a projectile let's say it's at least 2,000 feet per second. So we have a dramatic change in trajectory in that amount of space, not hitting something that is, going to completely, but it's basically bullet resistant, right? Whether it's whatever it is. So that's the part that I have a hard time wrapping my head around. Is it possible? Maybe. I've never seen it done. There's lots of videos out there of like people shooting milk jugs, people shooting ballistic gel. There's lots of, like, we never see somebody hit a milk jug and then they go boop right away. Like it may alter the trajectory, just like if you hit a bone. I don't like if somebody shot me in the shoulder and it hit me in this bone, all right, and then the bullet continued on. When it hits something 100 yards away or whatever it is, the trajectory will be massively altered, but it was only minutely altered when it hit and went right through my bone with a 30 caliber round. It went through this, smashed through that. It's now the bullet itself is deformed. It's changed its BC, its ballistic coefficient. It may have bounced a little bit this way or been pushed, right? We've now pushed that a little bit because of some sort of resistance we went into. But what we're not going to see, like you'll never convince me that, a 30-06 hit a collarbone and then went straight down or straight up or whatever else. Like that I just can't get my head around.
Yeah, that was well said.
Go watch Range Day Bro on the assassination. I will. What do you make of the video? The second shooter on another roof reported to cops is wearing tactical gear and face masks. Also, a 911 call gave the same description.
I think I know where this is coming from, because on the day there was recordings, and I could pull them up, but basically there was recordings from the on-campus security team, I think, communicating with the local law enforcement, and they were describing possible face mask, possible helmet, possible chest rig, but it was all false descriptors. I mean, it just ended up being not a good description of Tyler. So people are probably taking that and saying, "Oh, someone saw that," but they were all saying appears to be at a distance, all black. That was on the day. I remember listening to that radio chatter on the day, and as far as I can tell, that ended up being, basically debunked.
Yeah. Brandon Hansen says, "I apologize for real. I'm an Occam's razor guy, but has anyone seen the range day bros showing the potential entrance wound from being behind? I'm not saying it's true, but it looks like a different angle."
Let me look up range day bro while you talk, I guess.
Yeah. Like, we just went through Steven Crowder's kind of list of what he feels like he has good facts on. Here's what I feel like we have good facts on. And I'm open to others in changing this if I see evidence otherwise. But what I feel like the evidence shows us is two significant things. Number one, I am 100% convinced that what we see is an entrance wound, not an exit wound. The other thing, just based on the impact and the transfer of energy, the direction of transfer of energy, I feel like it is a fact at this time that we have a round coming from essentially his 12 o'clock. Those two things, I feel like, are very factual and based on the evidence that we see. I think the video shows us that. Outside of that, I can't really say. But what that does allow me to do is, like, you got to show me some really good, solid evidence if we're going to support something else. And I'm open to it. But so far, every time that I've seen somebody say, "Hey, we have this going on, it came from the back, and by the way, look at this bullet." Like, folks, let's be clear. You will not catch a bullet mid-flight, even subsonic, if you're using a cell phone camera to catch it. That is not. Whatever you see, it's not a bullet. It's not possible. It just isn't. The muzzle flash. The muzzle flash. The one video I saw that you covered, the muzzle flash, the timing isn't there. And by the way, that is coming from a window that is not, you can't open it. So did we shoot through a window, or is it more likely that we are seeing some sort of reflection? I'm going to go with the other one. So when you take away the evidence that supports a shot from the rear, a shot from a side, and then you compare that to the evidence that we have that, hey, this is an entrance wound, and then the direction of energy transfer, it just falls apart for me, because those are the two things that I see that I would bet the farm on right now. And that's it. That doesn't say that Tyler did it. Doesn't say that outside of a fairly narrow angular window that there isn't possibly other shooters or other things involved. But I can say that. Do I know what caliber it is? No. But I do think those are pretty solid, and those are facts based on the evidence that we have right now.
To give you guys an idea of what it would take to catch a bullet on your camera of your phone, like right now, this camera is standard, filming at a shutter rate of just double. To get a natural motion blur, you want to film around double the frame rate of, or double the shutter speed of your frame rate. So 24 frames a second. I'm filming my shutter speed is around 1/50th of a second. The camera that caught the Trump bullet was a photographer camera with a way bigger sensor, could let in way more light, and a way more efficient aperture, was shooting at around like 1 8,000ths of a second. And that bullet was a long streak, like a foot long.
Yeah.
So that is such a magnitude more of a faster frame rate that you have to imagine if it was anywhere around, if any camera, like phone camera, had anywhere around the normal settings of a normal shutter speed, that round would be like a 60-foot long streak.
Yeah.
Impossible to be a dot. So when I see that, it's just immediately debunked. It's just not possible.
I couldn't agree more. And I actually posted this on my Twitter, that exact thing. Yeah, here it is right here. Anyways, you can go to my Twitter, but I said to capture a bullet in flight with a cell phone, the bullet would have to be going 1.24 meters per second, which is about 3 miles per hour. And then I also put in those parameters, and that was the summary from Grok. But basically, Grok said, conclusion, a bullet would need to travel at an unrealistically slow speed of 1.2 meters per second to be captured as a distinct object in a 30 frames per second cell phone video with a typical shutter speed of around 1/60. A normal bullet speed, 370 plus meters per second, it would appear as a streak due to motion blur, not a recognizable bullet shape. To capture a bullet clearly, you need a high-speed camera with a much faster frame rate and shutter speed far beyond standard cell phone capabilities in normal conditions. So you can go look that up.
Yeah.
Something
and
that
it's not even, the thing is, if it was close, we could entertain this longer, but it's just not even close. It's so far beyond the normal standard shutter speed and that you would find on a phone that it's not worth having a conversation about, honestly.
Yeah. Andrew from TPUSA said the surgeon said the bullet was against the skin in Charlie's back, also confirmed no body armor that day. I don't know if he confirmed no body armor that day. The surgeon did, based on what I saw, what he put out on Twitter. But again, I don't care. Let's go with it. No body armor. Fine. Don't care. When you get your dummies, plural, please put a t-shirt on them. And if you can, try to do the distance and the rough angle. The t-shirt thing still gets me. Yeah, I think I have an answer for you. And again, we'll talk about the t-shirt, why it flew up. I do think it was because of the necklace. And I think we have a pretty good hypothesis as why that necklace flew up the way that it did. We hit that one. Let's see. I agree with Marcus. Intentional delay could be trying to not nip off certain individuals. That's a big part of this, folks. They can't release all the information that we would want. That may compromise the investigation. So, like, we've gotten about 10 times more information from this FBI on this incident than we did with the Biden FBI under the Butler situation and the attempted assassination on Trump. So
that's true.
Anybody who still thinks the 30-06 would not go through a human neck ought to search for 30-06 drops deer at 200 yards. It depicts deer neck kill shot and, importantly, the exit wound.
That's the thing, is it would go through a neck under normal circumstances. It's just every now and then 1 in 300 shots. I mean, these kind of things do happen. This is not something that is a complete one-off event.
Here's what I can tell you for sure. I could go back here in my reloading equipment, which is all over here. All right. I could definitely, without a doubt, I could manufacture a round, a 30-06 round that would not go through a human neck bone. All right. That thing's probably going to be moving at like, I don't know, 1,500 feet per second. There'll be some wild things going on there if I was intentionally trying to create that type of bullet. But like the idea that it's impossible is just not true. Do we have to take some major other considerations at play? Absolutely. But it's not impossible, but it's super weird, right?
True.
TUI low ground used with 6 shattered vertebrae. Yeah. TUI low ground used with a 6 shattered vertebrae. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know you're talking about the reference to what Alex Jones said. You know what? If you got that video, let's go ahead and key that up.
Okay.
That video of Alex Jones.
Yep. I'll pull it up right now.
Yep. While you're doing that, Brandon Hanson, thank you very much. I have a full case up saved to my phone, taken moments after release. I have only seen it once because of how bad it was, but I saved it for history's sake. If you have not seen it, I suggest not. A full close-up. I can't read tonight, apparently. Yeah. You can't have a civil discourse when you can't agree on objectionable reality. They think you can put a wig on a man and make him a woman. There's some challenges there, but there is a way. Even if somebody disagrees with a reality, there is a way to have a civil discourse on that. Because just like what Marcus was saying, they do see us extreme in the other way, right? Like these people, there are definitely people that believe that a man become a woman and that they conflate gender and sex, and that we're just these horrible human beings that don't want to let people live the way that they want to live. So, but what we all sides should not do is we should not, demonize everybody to the point where like we're making others that we disagree with to be existential threats. And that's the problem I have with some of this. All right, boom.
So just for context, there's 2 videos because Alex Jones put these out within like a few minutes of each other. He put out one, and I think it's important to watch both because it shows the truthfulness of Alex Jones', I think, intention. If he was in on it, or if he was trying to push one way or another, if he was not trying to find the truth, he would have, consolidated information and strategized something, put out one video. But literally back to back, he kind of opposes himself. He puts out one video, kind of making assumptions, and then he immediately backtracks on it a few minutes later by saying, hey, look, I just got off the phone with Andrew, actually, and let me correct myself. We broke it down. So I think I want to show that in full context because I want to give credit to Alex Jones, and it's a sign of truthfulness, in my opinion.
And can we just agree, everybody out there, that like that's a normal human thing? And anybody that won't admit if they're wrong or they said something incorrectly or they go back and forth on something in their own mind, like you're not being real. Like we all do that. It could be on a lot of different subjects. And that has been me 100% on the body armor thing. And one day I'm like, this is definitely what happened. Without a doubt, this is what I see was taking place. And then other information comes out and I have waffled back and forth on that in my own mind, but it's the only thing that was it was the most reasonable explanation as far as the ballistics. Could there be another explanation? Absolutely. But I think we all do that. And I think the key is to being truthful about it, especially if you're going to get up here and you're going to say things publicly. I think we need to be honest with one another. And then you as the audience, be honest in that, like, hey, you know what? People are going to do that sometimes. But what I will never do, and I haven't detected anything from Marcus, and there's some other great people out there, what I'm not going to do is get up here and lie to you. I'm going to tell you what I think. And if tomorrow I think something else, I'm going to be like, hey, you know what? I said yesterday, I don't believe that to be true today. So I think that's just normal. The normal human condition.
Well said.
Boom.
Okay. So this was, Alex put this out first, and then we'll watch the next video where he gets into the actual detail. That's what we're actually looking for.
All right. We don't have volume on for some reason.
There's no audio?
Nope.
Okay. Maybe I can pull it up on his Twitter. I bet it's there.
Yep.
Let me pull that up.
Yep. While you're pulling that up, we will continue on and throw up some additional. That's what we're trying to pull up now. Werewolf 6. Thank you. Many questions. If that's his necklace, what broke it before the bullet arrived? Where does the magnet go that's on his shirt? Looks like it's on his neck. What bullet would have such a large entry wound but be so weak that it doesn't go through? Again, even a smaller bullet could have a large entry wound. I can explain that. The magnet is it's a head scratcher. So that magnet, and I have what I think is the exact magnet. It goes to a Rode wireless mic back there. We see it fly off. I don't know where it goes. I mean, I don't think that it becomes the bullet. I mean, the entry wound. So I don't think that's plausible. I don't have a good answer for you on that. I just don't know. If that's his necklace, what broke it before the bullet arrives? All right. So I'll tell you what I think broke it, and you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but we already got the math on it. All we're trying to do is actually be able to present this in a plausible way. So that necklace, and thank you, Walter, by the way. That necklace is hanging on the back of his neck. All right. And it's hanging, and we have a chain, so we have a weight down here. When he is actually hit in his neck, I don't think you guys understand. I sure didn't. I actually presented this to a couple engineers that are in our chat. And I said, here's what I think happened. You guys tell me if I'm crazy or not. I think we have such fast and rapid expansion of the neck in milliseconds that it actually pulls from the back. All right. The back is all the weight's back here. All right. His neck expands extremely fast back there. It actually accelerates the front of that up and possibly even breaking it. I'm not sure about that part. They are looking at that. What I can tell you is that mathematically, that is plausible. Is it the right answer? I don't know. But the amount of force and how fast that chain on the back, which is where all the weight is, accelerated rearward, it would definitely yank the chain up. It almost looks like, if you look at another videos, it's possible that thing went over his head, but it could have broken too, just from that rapid acceleration, because we have a counterweight hanging down. It is possible. I know it's crazy. I get it. I don't even know if it's true, but that's what we think happened. I do think that it at least explains what we see, where the shirt is going up to almost his left ear. That part I feel pretty good about. Whether or not it was enough force to actually break that chain, I don't know. Let me know when you got that, Marcus.
I'm ready. Okay, I'm gonna let me share the screen right now.
Just so everybody's clear, I will try to replicate whatever test that we do as close to possible what we got going on. It's definitely going to be the right angle. We're going to put the right type of shirt on. We're going to play with all that stuff. I'm going to have multiple different 30-06 rounds and see if we can replicate what took place. So we're going to do our best with that. And that is not an exact science, because ballistic gel isn't a perfect analog for the human body. Let me pull this down and then we'll throw this up. Go ahead.
About an hour ago.
Do you have audio?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. About an hour ago, while I was literally driving, I saw reports that Andrew Colvett, the main official spokesperson for TPUSA, who I've met before, who's a great guy, the Liberty Movement for over a decade, had said that he talked to the coroner, and he's called me. I'm about to call him, so I'll give an update, and that Charlie was shot from the front in the left with 30-06, as we've been told, and that he was a man of steel, they said, and it bounced off the neck bones. And I misread the report saying that they didn't find a bullet. No, they said they found the bullet, which is even more insane. So I'm not demonizing TPUSA or Andrew or anybody. That's what they're being told by the coroner. But I'm not a sniper. I'm not a Delta Force guy. I'm not a Navy SEAL. But I've shot hundreds of wild hogs, hundreds of deer, been hunting.
What's that?
Just pause it right there. I'm sure that this is, again, just a mistake. But again, according to his statement, it was not told to him by the coroner. It was told to him by the surgeon. So it's well,
wait till we get to the next video, because my suspicion is that Andrew just wants to be very careful about how much explicit information he reveals about Charlie. And he's being ultra cautious. So he's making Alex kind of jump through hoops a little bit to get the real scoop.
Gotcha.
And that's what Alex, and from my understanding, he kind of alludes to that in the next video.
First year I shot was I was 6 years old. And I know that I've shot a lot of stuff with 30-06, 300 Wet mags, you name it. These are high power rifle rounds that come out at over 2,000 feet per second, 200 yards, probably going 1,800 feet per second. It doesn't bounce off things. It goes right through things. And if it hits just flesh or even gelatin in those tests they do in shooting, or a wet phone book, it opens up in flesh like this. If it's a bone, it explodes and pieces go everywhere. So the idea, it's even more insane, because I got part of it right, that they say it didn't go through the neck. That's official. I've now read the statement, not just a press report that got it wrong. So I had that part wrong. But I got it right that it went in and didn't go out the back, they're claiming, from the coroner, according to the TPUSA spokesperson that talked to the coroner, and that it was found under the skin, like it was a BB gun or something. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you can shoot.
And I just want to emphasize for our audience that I think it's important to watch Alex Jones go through the mental cognitive dissonance where he's wrestling with the truth himself. That's where the value, because that's what we need more of, is he's being honest. He's trying to find the truth. He's trying to use his past experience as a hunter and hunting animals. How can this be? And then his next video, he kind of like, oh, there's a light bulb. He's like, now that Andrew explained this in more detail, I kind of, pushed him on it. Now it makes sense. So that's kind of the purpose of this.
Old refrigerator or an old truck or whatever with a 30-06, and it'll shoot through usually both sides of the doors, right through the whole truck. I mean, wow. Anybody that's been a shooter knows that. So I'm not some ballistics expert, none of that stuff. But I've shot elk at 500 yards and the bullet goes all the way through. Very rarely does a high power rifle.
Marcus, play his that second video. I think we got enough out of that one.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to report the facts to you. I just talked to Andrew Colvett, who is the official spokesman for DPUSA, who I've met before, who's a great guy, and a big confidant of Charlie Kirk.
Gary, I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
And I put my report out about him talking to the surgeon that was there when Charlie was brought dead to the hospital. And Charlie was being shot from on top, I'm just repeating what he told me, into the throat. And he's saying now that no, it didn't go through, which actually makes sense. Now that I think about it, it was coming down and it went. He asked me not to be too graphic, but it went down his spine, exploded in his heart. Fragments went in there, which makes sense. That's what happens. And that the bullet fragments bounced back up, and they found that. So this is ballistics. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not a ballistics expert, but after all of this, that makes a lot more sense because I have shot wild hogs and deer and you name it, sent them straight on, and the bullet goes in right in the chest and then, comes out the side or comes out the ass or comes out wherever. And he's like, just don't be graphic. Well, and I told him, I said, how am I supposed to be graphic? Now understand, he's being shot from above. It goes in and it goes down the spine and then fragments bounce back up, which I've seen bullets do. I hate talking about this, but that's where we are. So people are thinking straight on shot, but once he explained it, this isn't a straight on shot. That would go right through. That's bullshit. But if it's down, it goes down. That's what bullets do. Then they turn around and do all this stuff. So the mystery just got a lot deeper. But I know Andrew's a great guy. Met him before with Charlie. They're just regular people reporting all this as it unfolds. And so am I. So we have to understand we don't know the answers yet in any of this. But absolutely, there's no way you get shot with 30-06. It doesn't go through. But he's like, no, let me explain. He shot from up high. It goes down and explodes. And all this stuff. Total crap has a cell phone and the rest of it. So we're trying to suss this out as it develops.
Yeah, it's good.
But at the same time,
I think it's good. Okay.
Yeah. So
what do you think?
I mean, I understand when we're talking about, everybody needs to understand, like shooting a deer, the deer hide, deer muscle in the neck, shooting a hog, all those things it's still super unlikely to me, right? And I hear what he's saying, and I guess maybe it's a little more plausible, but it's still to me is like a head scratcher. And again, I'd like to test some of these things, and I'm not sure that the test results are even close enough. Like anybody, I don't think people, people have been saying, Gary, test this. Okay, like we can test it, but like we're not dealing, like even if we were the FBI and we were able to replicate everything exactly, like we're never going to replicate everything exactly because like there's certain elements, the exact trajectory down to millimeters, like the exact ammo, putting the shot exactly where it was, the exact, like all of that stuff. There's so many variables in there that's really hard to retest. Are we going to attempt it? Yes. I'm just, I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. I like this comment, and I think this really does highlight something that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So trans furry leftist equals easily duped right-wing bait. I can see that. The other thing that if you were a trans furry leftist, especially somebody that grew up conservative, I think that tells me that your mind is moldable. And if I was somebody that wanted to, I don't know, indoctrinate someone or convince them to do something, there's a certain profile that I would be looking for. And man, the wackadoodles in the furry chats that are, I think those are prime candidates for that type of psyop, quite frankly. Discord denial equal red flag. Looking to Pegasus Phantom software, 0-click compromise of a target smartphone. Big problem now and going forward. You were right. Like anybody that thinks that we have any sort of privacy on these devices, folks, you are sorely mistaken. I've heard a story he was under hypnosis. Maybe. I've heard lots of stories since this began, I'll tell you that. I would like to see a video between 12:15 and 12:23 when he is assembling the weapon, running into prone position, and then bang, not just a moment after.
Theoretically, that on-roof security camera should have also caught something from there too. Just wondering why we can't see that. Why can the FBI not release that?
It's a great question. I sent you an email with a video of the rear. CK was hoping you seen it and give your opinion. What is happening to his back? Love the channel. Thank you very much. I'm still going through emails, and I'm still going through emails. And folks, some of you have been extremely illuminating with some of the information that you sent me. So I don't want to. I've gotten probably 50 copies of the same thing, or old stuff, and that's just the price to pay for this. But I don't want you to stop sending me stuff. So I thank you very much. And thank you, Patriotic Aussie. Come to America. You need to be in America. Do we know what the second item he dropped in the corner of the roof and left is?
The screwdriver?
I don't know what they're referencing.
Me neither. I still don't know for sure if the screwdriver was found on the roof or in the forest, but
OPSEC says don't talk about concealed armor because, well, headshots, right? This is something I've talked about. There's definitely, look, what there is for sure that you're not going to find on the open civilian market is there's definitely the ability to get 3D scanned custom armor, and part of their ability to be effective is that the general public doesn't know about it. Does that mean that he was wearing it? No. But yes, this is one of the things. And look, if I was a company that was producing that stuff, the first thing I would have is an NDA saying that you weren't going to talk about it, that you're not a YouTuber that's going to go test it and show it to everybody. And then on top of that, I'm going to have an NDA that clearly says, guess what? If you're shot and killed with it, you cannot disclose that information. That's just basic common sense. Am I covering my ass to make me right? I'm not trying to. Maybe there's some unconscious part of me that look, we all want to be right, but I do think all that the body armor thing is so much more of a practical explanation of what happened compared to 99% of everything else. And there's some really good evidence for it too. It just may not turn out to be correct. Kenneth Owen says he was not wearing body armor or an ear monitor. I agree with her on the ear monitor. She's probably right on the body armor. I have a hard time. I love Candace. I feel like she's went off the deep end a little bit. I'm just going to say. We have no evidence of engraved bullets. All other cases were seen with what ASAP seems weird. It would also show the type of round and weight. We have no evidence of engraved bullets, ? All other cases we've seen with that ASAP seems weird. It would also show the type of round and weight. Yes. Yes. Can us talk about a person filmed with the man on the roof? He was tactical gear. Yeah, I mean, we could see similar ballistics to what we see in that. We could see similar physics and the effects, even with 223. I think it'd be a little unlikely. Didn't really look like 223 shot to me, but it could be. Again, especially if we're going with frangible ammo or something like that, there's some things that might explain some of those things. There's a video I showed that. Oh, no, I didn't get that one. There's a video on YouTube after the shooting showing a light pole in the crowd's location between the shooter located and Charlie's could possibly have hit and tumbled. Thoughts? I've showed videos and pictures that we have a clear shot on that. Like, there's no question about that. There's a clear shot. Show a picture taken from the shooter's location to where Charlie was. There was an unimpeded shot between him and there. So it could have tumbled, and I do want to talk about that. Let's just talk about that now. One of the things that's talked about a lot is the bullet tumbling. So let's talk about the possibilities of that and what that entails. Typically, when we're talking about a bullet keyholing, basically going sideways on its target, what we're talking about is an unstabilized round. Either the barrel shot out, something weird happened with the round, things like that. Typically, when we see a rifle round keyhole, it's at fairly close distance. What I've seen, and I'm going to have you take the floor in a second and give me your thoughts on this. I have a hard time. So once that bullet goes sideways, kind of like what you talked about when we hit water and it skips and it goes off in these weird directions. If that bullet goes sideways, there is no predictable, like it is going off this way or this way. All the air resistance is affecting it in different ways. And think about it. That bullet's no longer gyroscopically stabilized. And if anybody who's ever shot paintballs, right? I don't know if you ever shot paintballs, or the same thing with like musket balls, right? The problem we had with musket balls is they would go off this way. And that's exactly what happens with an unstabilized bullet, and it keyholes. I don't think I've ever even seen a bullet keyhole at 100 yards, much less beyond that. So if I've zeroed a gun at 100 yards and it now becomes unstabilized by 140 yards, it's going to be so off target that I just think it's so unlikely that, because usually if it's going to be unstabilized, it's going to be unstabilized fairly close to the muzzle. What's muzzle? What's your thought, Marcus?
I'm thinking. Honestly, I wish I had more time to think about it. I also, if all the targets and guns I've ever zeroed in my life within 100 yards, because I always zero at around 100. Sure. I'm struggling to try to find a time or memory where it's like, oh, that round keyholed.
Yeah,
I've never seen it. I have no memory of that.
I've seen lots of rounds keyhole on AR-15s, but it's when you're zeroing it at 25 meters or 36 yards. That I've seen it a bunch. But there again, even then, I had a rifle. I had the upper back here. I had a rifle that had like 30-some thousand rounds on that upper 5.56. We zeroed that rifle. I was actually letting a student use it. We were zeroing that rifle at 36 yards. Everything, it grouped dead center. I mean, it was perfect. It was less than a half-inch group with a new shooter at 36 yards.
What caliber was this, or what weapon?
223. It was an AR. So 223, and then we went up there, and he went to go shoot it, and suddenly the rounds keyholed at 5 yards, folks. So between the muzzle and the paper at 5 yards, we were getting nothing but keyholes, like just a perfect imprint of a bullet sideways. So my point is that
that's bizarre.
Well, it went from shooting well to the barrel shot out. And
because the rounds can take some time to stabilize.
Yeah. It can. It can take a little time to stabilize, but if it's so shot out, but that's the thing. Like we went back and so just to clarify, we went back to the 36 yards, and now it was like it wouldn't even hit the target. Like I wanted to see what was going on with that, because it was weird. It's like, are we telling? And I tried different ammo. I was like, is this? I didn't want to believe that a rifle had a completely shot out barrel 1 minute, and then 5 minutes ago, just 5 rounds ago, 10 rounds ago, it was probably about the first couple of drills that we did with that rifle after we zeroed it was good, and then all of a sudden it just started keyholing. So, but we did. I tried to shoot it again at 36 yards. I used a couple different ammo. I was trying to verify that it was indeed shot out, and it did the same results. But at 36 yards, it wasn't even hitting the target. So this is my point. I've never seen that with a long gun where suddenly it's keyholing at distance. Usually when we're seeing unstabilized rounds, it's unstabilized right out of the muzzle. And the idea that we're getting from 0 yards to 140 yards and it keyholing, I have a hard time.
Oh yeah.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
That's extremely hard to believe.
When he first gets to the corner of the roof, he appears to lay something down the gutter, which appears to have a sling attached. That's the rifle. Look, it's really difficult to see, but go watch some other videos, and we obviously addressed this early on. I think it's pretty clear that it's the rifle. Thank you for bringing up keyholing. Look, I didn't even see that one, and I just happened to cover it right there. You're welcome. 300 super or sub? 300 black super or sub? I don't know what your question is. I don't think that a 300 black super or sub was used in this, if that's what you're asking me.
I mean, yeah.
What if it wasn't the necklace, but the copper jacket being shed and coming out? It would rip through that. Like a great example of this is, we often have like targets next to steel targets. So paper targets next to steel targets. And when you hit the steel target, it obviously, we have a lot of spalling going on. Like the paper targets don't even move, and it just goes right through them. Like all these little, it looks like it was hit with a shotgun blast. So I don't see that happening. Salute Gary and Marcus, Army Veteran here. Seems like you two were possible visuals on Charlie front and right side of tent based on the footage. It seems like there were 2 possible visuals on Charlie, front right side of tent based on the footage. I'm not sure what you're saying.
Maybe point out the 2 the suspicious people with the hand signals,
or the iPhone gun, or
yeah, those are. If you see my last video, I kind of went through that in detail.
Yeah. So Range Day Bro came up with a video here. He shows that it takes a hit from the head, and that thing that we thought might have been an earpiece was actually a blood spatter. It exited through the front. Like, you're not going to get blood spatter on an entrance wound, and that is definitively. I can't say for sure that it's a necklace, although I'm 99% certain, but I can definitively say whatever that is, it is not a liquid. It is not a liquid.
Well, Gary, he's talking about this. If I could share my screen real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's not talking about the entrance. Where is it? Here.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
People are saying maybe that is blood splatter, I think.
Yeah, no, that is what they're saying.
But to me, blood doesn't coagulate like that in like a string. I mean, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
It looks to me like the necklace.
It does. And the same thing you can see from the side as well. And I also want to point out, this is a great picture here. Can you like click it for a few frames? Click it forward for a few without showing, the stuff. Maybe
Let me see.
Since you're in Premiere Pro, can you zoom in on that little piece where it covers up his neck?
This?
Yeah. Can you zoom in?
I've got a better shot of it. One second.
Because this is a great example, folks, where we see very clear indication of direction of fire due to transfer of energy. Whatever that is flying, it goes directly to his rear, which again indicates a transfer of energy from the front. It goes to the rear. I got a video back there that I'm working on to highlight these things even more. And when you look at the energy transfer in his neck, the shock wave goes into his neck and to the back. And you even see what does look like almost a protrusion, where it looks like a projectile is pushing the back of his neck outward. So like, it is very clear that the shot comes from the front. Like, I don't even know how.
Yeah. Even his hair goes forward.
Yeah. So like, the idea that a shot comes from the side or anything, and there we have the necklace.
It's the perfect shape to ball up.
Yep.
It explains everything.
It really does. It really does. And so, information that we had now that we didn't have day one, but when you look at that necklace go directly to the rear, I'll give it to you. Let's say it's an earpiece. Either way, whatever it is, it flies to the rear, which it would be flying in the direction of the impact. So again, if he takes a hit in the impact back here, he actually recoils rearward, and then his necklace is going to go flying to the rear. When he was hit from the upper right side, you see fluid come out when it hits his head and sees the skin bulge out before it exits. You see his hit from the right upper side. Yeah, if you're referencing the getting shot from his right side theory, again, go watch the video. I break that down. I think you'll find that illuminating. TP Chief of Staff Mike McCoy told Megan when she hosted the Charlie Kirk show that he was indeed wearing body armor that day. It's clear then, ? So that's not exactly what happened. And I tried to play this video the other day. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. So that isn't what actually happened. What she does is she basically says, hey, I wasn't aware that things had gotten so bad. And this is pretty close to a direct quote. But I wasn't aware that things had gotten so bad that he was wearing body armor. And it was almost like she was referencing like an off-camera conversation. And of course, I can never find this thing. But yeah, it's almost like that she was referencing an off-camera conversation with that. And he doesn't confirm or deny. It doesn't mean that she's saying that he was wearing it the day of. I'll give anybody that. but thank you, Ellen. I appreciate that. So I understand. And then there was also, like, I just was sent this the other day, that there was a investigator, a reporter saying, hey, I talked to a federal agent that said he was indeed wearing body armor, and we think there was a deflection, but they're investigating that. So there's all this, competing narratives on that. And it seems weird to me. And it still looks like he has body armor on, but I'm at the point where I think there's enough things said that it seems like the evidence for it outweighs. And there's definitely times that you can see him that it doesn't look like he's wearing body armor. So all of those things are true, and it's definitely a point of confusion without a doubt. Thanks, fella. Bless you both. I've had 20-year-old 30-06 duds. Hi, Marcus. Yes. Born to be
duds. There are rounds that are duds, Scott. Yeah,
there are people that are duds. And I'm just glad that you're not a dud, Marcus.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you guys for hosting this. Don't you think, instead of wasting time with all these theories, if we collectively push FBI and officials for transparency, open forum for questioning would be the best course of action? No, I do not. And I don't think that, because, thank you very much for that super chat, by the way. I think we've all been doing this, and I've seen a collective action for that type of movement when we saw it with Butler, and there's been previous, like, I never dip my toe into like the conspiracy theory world when we saw with Vegas, and there were some personal things with that. Why I didn't get involved with that, even though I wanted to? And it's because a friend of mine, his wife was killed during that. He was a team sergeant at 1st Special Forces Group. He retired. Come to find out, he called me out of the blue one day and said, hey, Gary, I heard you were living in Martinsburg. And I was like, yeah. He's like, guess what? That's where I'm from. I'm moving back there, and I'm getting out. So him and his wife got out. They were retired. My son and his grandson went to the same school together. I saw his wife almost every single day. We talked. We still talk. They were going on trips, being retired. They were going to that thing. Come to find out, she ended up being murdered during that. So with that being said, I was like, there's some really strange things with this surrounding this, specifically the shooter. The whole thing seemed staged. It seemed dramatic, and we've never gotten answers from that. But I didn't want to get into it out of respect for him. But I think it's probably something we'll go back and look at. And I think it needs to be. And this is something we'll bring up tomorrow as well. I digress. What about the barrel being old, not taken care of, causing the bullet to tumble? We covered that. Charlie Kirk's speech, free speech forum, $1. Excuse me. Thank you. Bullet push, shirt collar, push chain caused bigger wound along the bullet. I don't think the chain caused a bigger wound along with the bullet. Chain caused loss of energy, tumbling, maybe fragmentation, shirt jump because of chain and pendant. In the same manner that I think the 30-06 round wouldn't, like, if it hit his collarbone, which I think would actually have a bigger effect on it than that small chain, and or even if it hit the cross itself. But we have pictures of supposedly, we don't know that that's the same cross. The bullet could have hit the cross maybe, and maybe she replaced it, something similar. Anyways, but I don't think that if the bullet hit that chain or even the cross, I think it would have very minimal effect of the outcome. What's your thoughts on that, Marcus?
I was working on something. Can you repeat the question?
Basically, he was saying, you better pay attention to me, sir. Never ignore me.
I got something good in case later we want to dive into it, but apologies.
Thanks for tomorrow. Bullet push, shirt collar push chain caused bigger wound along with the bullet. Chain caused loss of energy, tumbling, maybe fragmentation, shirt jump because of chain and pendant. I do think the shirt jump because of chain and pendant. I don't think that the bullet, if it hit the chain or even hit the cross directly, it would have any significant effect on the outcome or the trajectory of the bullet. What's your thoughts?
I personally, my current analysis is that the round smacked him and his whole body moved. And, when you hit something really hard, the kinetic energy moves to loose surfaces that are around you. And that necklace would have been, independent from his body. So it whips up. And I can't explain it breaking yet. I think I'm going to go with your analogy for right now, that maybe the expansion of his neck or body broke the chain link, or maybe just, I mean, there's so much force coming at you in such a fast amount of time that that the physics in that moment are really
hard to wrap your mind
hard to wrap your head around. So it doesn't surprise me that that a link in the necklace broke, but I think the bullet smacked him and then whipped his necklace up, and then that bunches up in his shirt, explaining his shirt movement, and then I mean that's the extent of what I think.
Forget about even the neck expansion thing, which I do think is probably the most plausible, but just the fact that he's hit with a bullet, his body is accelerated multiple G's rearward in a millisecond, and even that right there, it is not outside the realm of possibilities. Just that rapid acceleration snapped the chain and also whipped it up at the same time. So I think somewhere in there, the transfer of kinetic energy is basically what we're talking about. Who knows the exact mechanism, but I think we're generally on target with that. If the text messages seem sketchy, the whole thing is sketchy. I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
it is sketchy, but you can't say one thing sketchy. Like,
well, it depends on what he means by sketchy. I think that the messages are sketchy. I think they are a cover their ass by the people involved. I don't think that is sketchy. I almost think those text messages show that they weren't fabricated by the FBI, because the FBI wouldn't fabricate. I wouldn't fabricate some weird freaking messages like that. I would come up with something a little bit more plausible.
When you got to pick your battle, if you're a conspirator and you are trying, to get away with some mass manipulation and basically cover up a conspiracy or hide your butt, you got to choose your battles really wisely. I mean, you can only fabricate so many things. I always go back to this idea that a good liar doesn't lie that much. They just choose their lie really carefully and mix it in with a lot of truth. So everything can't be a lie, guys. So either, if the rifle's not the real picture, or the rifle that they are suggesting is the rifle is wrong, or the letter is wrong, or this is wrong, it's probably only going to be one of those things that they fabricate. And so does that make sense?
No, it does. You have to,
because every single time they release, every one of those would require a team of agents to be in on it. The team that released that picture, they have to now, you're saying all, that media team in the FBI department that releases and posts the pictures online, that they're all in on it. And then the text message, now you're involving some script writer, and now they're in on it. Every time you create a new connection to a conspiracy, you're weakening the strength of
you're creating more vulnerability for it to be discovered.
Yes. Thank you.
Check emails. Sean Atwood wants you on. I don't know which one this is being sent to, but okay. I'm still checking emails for sure. Nate C., thank you both for your service. Keep doing what you're doing. Looking for answers. This can't turn into another JFK. I agree. And I think that's the real, going back to the guy that was asked about the super chat, what's the best way to go about this? I think at a minimum, what we're doing, unlike what was able to be done with JFK, is if we're not doing anything else, we're creating a record, right? We're documenting what happened, the conversations that were taking place around what happened. And I think even if we don't find this stuff out definitively in our lifetimes, at least there's a record for people to fall back on and do more investigative work. And then, hopefully something will come out of that. That's all I can say. I
agree.
And look, the thing that, I'll be honest with you, the only thing that really motivates me to do this is I want to know for myself. This is a completely selfish endeavor. And I like sharing it with everybody, and I like bouncing these things off, and I like, collaborating with guys like Marcus to give me additional information. But this is about, Gary wants to know what happened. I want to know, I want to confirm or deny if my government's lying to me. And if they are lying, because we've established they've lied about many things in the past. I want to catch them in that lie. And I want to show the American people, look, we need to, and this is, a little bit of political motivation on my part. I want to go back to a really small, minimized government. That's what I want. I want government out of my life. So,
well said.
That's what motivates me.
I completely agree.
You both are so informed and intelligent, help make sense, and you're both pretty good looking too. Thank you. Well, thank you. Occam's razor. Yes.
The simplest explanation is often the right one. It's a good saying.
Yep. Not always true.
Helps me, but it's not always true.
We have footage of exfil and infill. Donde está? Yes, they do have. We definitely have more footage of the exfil. All right, exfiltration when he's leaving. That for the non-military types out there. Infiltration when he's coming in. I would like to see a more cohesive footage of him getting in position. That's one thing we're definitely missing.
Yeah, I wish we at least had an explanation for why they can't release everything. Like, at least make it make sense to me. Like, if the FBI could just say, hey, there's some privacy matters because the public cameras capture lots of people, and we have to basically, we can't just mass release private footage. There's some systems and processes we got to go through to approve what kind of footage is releasable. I wish they could, maybe they did, but I just haven't heard that. And because at this point, I understand why they can't release more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't buy that answer, but I hear what you're saying. Bam, bam, Nick Falls. You're gathering information from sources that you both know have been compromised since JFK. Chances are everything we're seeing was by design anyway.
Well, that's the thing. We're not. We're doing our best to pull most of our theory from decentralized sources on the ground, from individual people recording the same event from different angles and different phones. That's about as reliable as I can get from my computer screen here in California.
I agree. And most of that footage was uploaded immediately. Like you said, decentralized sources, which is what's great about everybody carrying one of these around. It helps document that. And if you take that attitude, that's a nihilistic attitude, like then nothing means nothing. Like we might as well give up on everything. And I'm not ready there. I'm not there, man. I'm not giving up.
Hell no.
Until AI takes over, and then they'll be our overlords.
That's what I'm talking about.
Robbie Body. Address the type of camera in the tent taken down. It resembles a hologram machine. Nobody can deny the teardown crew being abnormally preemptive. We covered that in the Louder with Crowder clip. Hologram machine.
Am I reading that correctly, man? Come on.
Robbie, Bobby, and everybody else out there, I want to try to be as respectful, no matter how crazy I think your ideas are. I'm sure some of you rightfully think that some of my ideas are crazy. I don't care how crazy you are. Come to this channel. Let's talk. Marcus might make fun of you. I won't. I'm going to be very nice to you. WPG. Could the damage be explained by a semi-squib weak round because it was an old round of the grandpas that was stored over the years of incorrectly? It could. Like, there's 1,000 things. Look, I don't think there's not anybody that's saying that's impossible doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, or they're just going for sensationalism and they want to keep pushing certain things, right? It's not impossible. It's just so unlikely. But here's what I was thinking about this. If I took 1,000 cards, playing cards or whatever else, doesn't matter. But all of those cards were individual cards. Any one of those cards that I pulled out, it would have been 1,001 chance that I would pull that card out. But I'm going to pull one. I'm going to lay it there. And while it was unlikely that is the one that we pulled, that's the one that we pulled. All right. There was 1,001 chance. We still pulled that exact one, whatever it comes out to. So it's not like weird things don't happen. It is weird that it's weird that weird things happen so conveniently in these types of situations. It is.
I mean, guys, we're floating around a fireball in the sun on a molten rock, guys. I mean, life itself is weird.
Have you seen Range Day Bros analysis? We've addressed that. I haven't. I kind of get the gist of the theory, and I'll just tell you right now, it's not from behind. I just don't believe it's not from. I'll check it out. I won't dismiss it out of hand, but everything I've heard so far, I have pretty good evidence that it's not right. The box was the evidence box. Watching the crime documentary, this was, we've talked about that on this channel. It was clearly also it's dark, so either they were processing that crime scene for a really long time until the sun went down, but clearly there was time that had passed, and or it could have even been in the parking lot or wherever they took that picture. I don't know, but I didn't find anything weird about the box. I know everybody's like, oh, it looks like they just went and bought that thing. Well, it's clearly an old weapon, and they got to store it something. And chances are, if they know they're recovering a weapon, they're going to bring some weapons boxes. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to
evidence boxes is this SOP, and they don't want things to get damaged or fingerprints and things to ruin the integrity of how it was found. So they put it in a box.
Yeah, 100%. CIA palm gun theory. I think it's super implausible for just lots of reasons. Number one, you can zoom it. Like if that guy had a palm gun, it would be much more obvious. I know we're talking about I at first thought it was a cop in front. He looked like he's like a patrol cop or something. But regardless, you would see the outline of that. The other thing too, like anybody that shot a handgun, just to thinking that you can just kind of like angle it there like an old Western and get the shot off and then not have people to your left and right. It's just, to me, it's completely implausible. That's what I think. Could the round have keyholed and how old the rifle supposedly is and rifling be worn out? We covered that.
I got a question that kind of add on to that, Gary, is would you, from your expertise, engraving and messing with the integrity of the shell casing by scratching, and because that casing is going to plug into the bolt chamber and that's going to affect, any change in manipulation in the bullet casing is going to affect the pressure in there for more or less. Do you think that could possibly explain a compromised chamber for consistent bullet pressure?
I mean, it would it could potentially, most likely would. Like what I would say is like if we shot 10 rounds that were not tampered with, right? And I mean specifically engraved on. And we were shooting that through a chronograph, we would see if it was well-made ammo, we'd see a fairly consistent muzzle velocity, right? We'd have low SDs, low extreme spreads. And then we started messing with rounds that over here where we've now scratched the surfaces and played around and messed up the consistency of that brass. We would almost definitely see that in that next lot, right? In that next data set. We would see some inconsistencies. I don't think it would have enough effect to explain what we're seeing. I just don't.
I agree. I just want to throw that out there.
Yep. FBI released partial video of supposed shooter exiting the roof. It appears the camera had a view of his shooting location too. Your takes? I don't know that I've seen this footage. So have you seen this footage that he's talking about?
Exiting the roof. Yeah, we watched that. And I don't understand the second part of the question.
They're saying it's a new. The FBI released partial footage of supposed shooter exiting the roof. I'm interpreting this as being new footage.
I'm not. I think they're probably referencing the old footage.
Got it. It appears that camera had a view of his shooting location to your takes. I don't know. He is. So yeah,
it basically did.
Yeah. So he's talking about the old footage. I agree, and that's something that Marcus brought up. That camera should have had a view
of the infill
actually shooting. Now there was some low retaining walls, and I know it's thought that he actually went over the low retaining wall, and out of the view of the camera and everybody else is when he finished assembling that rifle. Depending on the angles and things like that, maybe those retaining walls might have blocked the view, or that where his final firing position may not have been within the view of that camera. I think that's unlikely, but who knows? Can you damage a round by etching it? Have you seen the video of Charlie from his right side? The back collar is the very first thing that moves. Looks like an exit. I've seen that 100 times. It does not. What moves first is the front, and he goes rearward. I've seen people with that exact same footage sent to me. Now, look, here's the other thing too. What I can tell you is I think the most accurate footage is the footage that we got pretty much came from on the internet the day of. I have definitely seen some of that same footage floating around now that has clearly been manipulated. I don't know if it's AI or it's whatever else, but the footage that we got that came out the very first day, which is the stuff that I saved, I have done side-by-side comparisons now of stuff that's still floating around there. And I'm like, this is the exact same video, but that has been manipulated. So I think we need to be careful with some of this stuff.
Me too. In my last video, I showed a side-by-side of that window with the flash that the flash came out of, and the video I downloaded from the first day did not have that flash. And then the newer video did. So I don't know for sure. I'm not saying like definitively that it was manipulated, but it raises my suspicion. And I have seen other videos that have been manipulated, like the AI chair floating on the stage. And so, like you're saying, that tells me that that is something to now be cautious of. Is now any video that comes out now, I cross-reference it to the video that I downloaded the same day.
This gentleman just has a statement. This is 8.6 black subsonic. Sure. An 8.6 subsonic could make a 140-yard shot. There's no doubt about that. I don't see any evidence that that's what took place. I don't think that we have an 8.6 black subsonic that is, shooting from the right-hand side for all the reasons that I lay out in that video. And I think it sounds like, Marcus, you've kind of covered that as well, right?
Yes.
All right. So there's other stuff. I am excited because tomorrow, Marcus, you are going to be sharing some new photos that I think most people haven't seen. I've seen them. They're on your Twitter, and people can go check that out. But there's definitely some new photos of the campus, specifically around the area where people are saying, and video, if I remember right, that there's from around the area where people are saying the second shooter was. So I think we're going to hit that hard tomorrow, and hopefully kind of, I don't know, put that to bed. Why tell people he changed on rooftop, broke down the rifle, etc.? Doesn't that obviously already create distraction in FBI because we see he didn't change? Folks, that's the problem. And this is what we talked about, Catherine, is that narrative did not come from the FBI. That narrative came from people saying that the FBI said that. And I've watched that many times in my chat. Like people saying this. I'm like, no. They didn't say that. I've already seen down in my comments 1,000. There's probably, I know I've seen at least 100. So I'm sure there's several hundred more that I haven't seen where people are saying the medical examiner said X, Y, and Z. I haven't seen any quotes or any statements released from a medical examiner or coroner. Just like Alex Jones conflated a surgeon and a medical examiner words. All right, those are very different things. So I think that's part of the problem. And what I wanted to do tonight before we kind of go into more granular detail about other things tomorrow with me and Marcus, we got to establish like at least a baseline of facts.
Yes.
I think the USA teamed up with Israel, had Charlie killed. It was definitely an inside job. I think his wife is involved in his death also. That's a pretty...
That's really, I mean, that's saying something that I personally find quite disgusting. His wife is, there's I don't even want to talk about that. I mean, I guess just... I guess I do get emotional from someone assuming that, but if we want to be impartial and be a quality source of information, I have to allow myself to be open to anything. But my first reaction, to be honest, is saying that his own team would have him killed, let alone his family, is really disgraceful, guys. But is it wrong for me to? Am I getting emotional? Is that wrong with me?
I feel the same way. Number one, I think that's bullshit. Secondly, I think it's a disgusting claim that you have zero evidence for. And I think it's people that already have a severe bias and maybe even it's a little anti-Semitic in this part. And look, I am the first one to tell you, I think it is okay to criticize Israel and you are not an anti-Semite. All right. I do. But I think when we are, confirming, like we have a bias and we have a prejudice, and then we just come up with something like this, I think it's very indicative of some sort of inner character that you have, and you are allowing your imagination to run wild with zero evidence. And I think here's what I'll say, Mr. Netanyahu and Epstein list. Like, I think you need to do a little soul searching and get your emotions, character, and imagination in check. And we're going to move on. Why is everyone so obsessed with claiming the bullet came from anywhere except the roof? You can create your conspiracies without changing that fact. I do think there's some sensationalism that people are just drawn to. And
I don't have a problem with speculation. I'm sure Gary doesn't either. Is throw it all on the table, and I have faith the truth will rise. The cream will rise to the top. The truth will eventually come to light. That's my belief.
Yeah. Not to be repetitive, but Range Day Bro showed a breakdown where the video is slowed milliseconds. It clearly shows initial impact comes from Charlie right sides and next to the net. I will say, this goes back to what I said earlier. If that video shows that, I'm very suspect of that video. I'll just leave that, and I will go check it out. And
we can talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah. Fake assassination theory with a blood pack. I think it's stupid. It goes back to, I think it's quite disgusting. Like, the man's dead. Children are without a father. It's baseless. It's stupid. We saw him getting murdered right in front of us, and it's just disgusting.
I agree.
Look up ballistics on the 8.6 black 285 grain subsonic. I'm well aware of the ballistics of 8.65 black subsonic. 30-06 accelerator round, 55 grain, 223 soft point. Those are possibilities, and those you're already dipping into what I plan on testing. MLK was shot with 30-06, no exit wound. Shot was roughly the same distance, neck, arteries, and veins. Severed damage to C7 and T1. The MLK bullet stopped at his scapula, just like CK under the skin. Look up MLK autopsy report. The problem with that is convincing to anyone that the MLK autopsy was legitimate. But you're right. Look, things can happen, and yeah, great comment. I think it's definitely.
I'll look into it.
Yep. If you look at Range Day Bro, let's try next. All right. Alex Jones claims Sandy Hook never happened. Why are you even considering him to be serious?
You guys you have to be able to separate the fact and the source. I mean, just because a correlation does not mean causation, and just because someone's wrong about something doesn't mean they're not right about another thing. It's gray. There's never a black and white. And with me myself too, I mean, like Gary was saying, we could be wrong, could be right. Don't believe everything I say. I'm just a guy analyzing pixels on the internet from California, and Alex Jones is, on one hand, says a lot of sensational things. On the other hand, he said a lot of things that turn out to be right. So I'm giving credit to where credit is due. And those particular videos that night, I thought were valuable because he's in his car wrestling with something that he's been for a week promoting, that this is a conspiracy, and that he's being told information that basically contradicts his entire point of view. And he's in real time, within 10 minutes, basically admitting he's wrong.
Yeah.
And I just respected that moment. I'm not saying everything is all of a sudden he's the source of truth for everything.
And the reality is like, look, we've reported on and we've talked about theories that we completely disagree with. So we've talked about a lot of things, and I think it would be irresponsible for us to say, hey, to have a piece of information out there that is, potentially confirming one thing or another, and then not at least give you guys. It's your job, Ellen. It's your job to determine whether or not you want to use that information and take it into consideration. But your point's valid. If T. Robinson engraved shells, it's likely altered projectile, hollow or grooved, etc. Thus 30-06 could be distort, keyhole, shred, and no exit. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Ballistics got to be very precise, and if you throw something off inside the chamber pressure or the rifle putting it together, so many things have to be precise for a round to do exactly what it's intended to do. And if you mess with any of that, then it absolutely could throw it off.
Yeah, if he starts engraving on the projectile, I don't know. It would affect its external ballistics, so its flight path. I don't know that it would necessarily affect its terminal ballistics, which is what happens when it breaks apart, right, or it hits a target. So, I mean, there may be some scenario where we could, I don't know, mess with a bullet and then alter it somehow, and then it still get to its target, and then it cause it to have a different terminal ballistic characteristic. I don't know. I haven't played around with that. I'm late getting here. I've watched Range Day Pros footage. We are so far down the road, but all that was confirmed is the rifle is 30-06. No one has confirmed that he was shot with 30-06. Agreed. Can't really dispute that. I know that's graphic, but I emailed a video Saturday from directly in front of Charlie when slowed down, you could see the entry in just before his neck wound. Okay, I'll be looking for that. There's hundreds of gunshot studies with picks. Bullets can make sharp turns on impact and be retained in the body. 30-06 rarely does. 10% data is there, less than 10%. I don't disagree with that. I did watch a podcast today where the photographers that was there for Turning Point, he did say for sure Charlie did not have plates on. Okay. US Overwatch did test 30-06 plastic dummy using bone. He admits it wasn't sophisticated regarding what he used. I saw it. I talked to him actually. It was a good test. You should go follow his channel. Everybody out there, go follow US Overwatch. He has good content and it seems like a really good guy. I damn wish, mate. I love America. Yep. We'll take you. Alex Jones, the man that calls every school shooting a hoax. Expect this one. Ridiculous. He's control opposition. He's CIA puppet. Cool. Since reports show these leftists have been taking tactical classes, do you think the government is going to enforce a vetting process? I don't know. Look, I think that's going back to this. All right. I think that's a really dangerous thing. I am a Second Amendment absolutist. I think that this was a conversation Marcus and I had offline. I think people should get trained. I think people should have firearms and, understand what the Second Amendment was about. Second Amendment wasn't about hunting. It was about making sure that you could defend yourself, both just your life and your property, but then on top of that, be able to defend yourself from a tyrannical government and from a possible invading force from a foreign government. And we are a government formed of, for, and by the people. And if the government only has access to certain things, training, certain types of weapons outside of like nuclear weapons, rockets, missiles, and things like that, that is no longer a government of, for, and by the people. That is a government that has set itself up to be able to dominate the people. And I disagree with that. And we see that as long as we do have at least small arms, we can be pretty effective. We can be a pretty effective guerrilla force if any of those things take place. We have the greatest fighting force, the most technologically advanced fighting force ever to exist, and we've gotten our asses handed to us in Afghanistan, Iraq, Vietnam, even Korea to some extent. We definitely didn't win. So I think it's really important that we preserve and defend the Second Amendment, and it's the right that helps us to defend all the other ones. We'd love to see you guys review Range Day Bro new proof video. We may do that. The corticate posturing is due to brain injury, not spinal injury. Thoughts knowing the posturing that took place?
That's a good point.
So go ahead if you got a comment on it. I have thoughts on it.
That is something that I'm considering in my analysis, is with the new information that the round deflected downwards. Like, okay, that explains why maybe the bullet's still inside and fragmented, but the corticate posturing is really apparent, and a spinal injury, from my understanding, would lead to limbs going limp rather than tensing up, where usually a brain injury is what leads to your body tensing up, like when someone gets knocked out or gets shot. There is a tensing up, which is clearly what Charlie does. So there's still questions here for sure. I mean, I'm not done. I'm like investigating this, and that point I think is a good point.
Yeah, no, I agree. What I will say is I do think that even though it went into his neck, given the hydrostatic shock wave, I do think that the hydrostatic shock wave could have damaged his brain stem as well.
Good point.
So that hydrostatic shock wave has a lot of impact. Real quick, I do have this video, and this is what I was trying to show earlier, and I was trying to find it. And I want to try to share this with you because it talks a little bit about that, or it illustrates that point, but it also illustrates the idea of an exit wound versus an entry wound. I have a really short portion of this video that I'm currently working on that kind of illustrates this. Let me add this to the screen here, and I will get rid of this comment. Oops. Let's see, Premiere Pro. All right. So I'm talking a little bit about the exit wound here.
Right in the wake of that bullet, you're going to see immediate expulsion of biological materials and fluids. And we do not see that when we look at what happened with Charlie Kirk. But an entry wound, even when it has close proximity to major vessels like the jugular effect, and these are in milliseconds, folks.
All right, so let's take a look at this ballistic gel test and kind of get an idea of what takes place when we have an entry and exit. And this is 5.56. Obviously, 308 would be much more significant, especially when we're talking about the exit wound. But as this plays, we can see where that projectile enters the material. And as it moves forward, you can see this massive temporary cavitation that's created, and that in turn creates a vacuum effect. And we can see all the material that is near the entrance being sucked toward that temporary cavitation. And at the same time, look at the exit area. Now imagine if there was biological material and fluids at that exit, we would see a significant expulsion of fluids and material from that exit. Conversely, if we look at the entrance wound, even if there were major vessels severed right near that entrance wound, due to the vacuum effect of that temporary cavitation, all of that fluid would be pulled toward that cavitation. So for just a moment, and probably less than a second, even though we have such close proximity to these major vessels that are under quite a bit of pressure from the heart, we would not see bleeding. And that's exactly what happened with Charlie Kirk. We see the wound, it takes a second, and then we see obviously very profuse bleeding. But if it was an exit wound, we'd see something very similar to what we see over here on the left-hand side of this ballistic gel. We would see significant deformation outward, away from the body, and we would see a lot of fluid and material being expelled on the initial impact.
You see that temporary
All right, so hopefully that was, a little bit illustrative for that. I don't think what we're seeing is but the other thing that I want to point out, you guys see how large that temporary cavity was, right? That temporary cavitation was, especially when we're talking about the neck and the body itself, the human body is 50-60% water. Water doesn't compress. That's why it's actually all of the water, the fluids in your body that is going from 0 miles per hour to 2,500 feet per second, feet per second. It's being accelerated rapidly. And that's what causes the majority of the damage. And the velocity is what kills. That's why we have 70% of people that are shot with handguns, they survive. 70% of the people that are shot with rifles do not. And it's because of the velocity differences.
It would be like getting punched in the head. I mean, and that could explain the corticate posturing.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Werewolf 6, working up loads for my 222-250 AI on a Savage with a 1 in 14 twist. It will WLD keyhole anything over 60 grains or more at 100 yards. Target looked awful. 40 seconds to 53 seconds were 40 grains, I'm assuming, to 53 grains were perfect. 30-06 standard twist, 1 in 10, which will stab 110s to 220s. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Working up loads. Interesting. The Unfuck America Tour, Hunter had to sneak into an event and one literally asked Kirk trans shooting as he got shot. Info need to check out Hidden Plain Sight. Okay. What is a bore difference? What is bore difference? How is it converted? I don't know what the question is. Kirk sitting far back under canopy, round clip strikes canopy frame due to angle of shot, bullet deforms, slows, strikes with a ton of energy. I don't think that's correct. There's a very clear, I've covered it. There's a very clear line of sight. He would actually have a couple of feet between the top of that canopy from that point to Charlie Kirk's head. If it was that far off trajectory, I don't think that it would actually clip. It would actually end up hitting. If it was, the trajectory was off enough to hit a tent, any portion of the tent outside, some of the soft stuff, I don't think it would actually even hit Charlie Kirk to begin with. But I could be wrong. What about the theory? Tape charge been in the road transmitter that caused a blast, projecting Yeah, I don't. I find them a little bit silly.
A shape charge.
Yeah,
that's a new one. I haven't heard that one.
That's basically what they were saying. It went from explosion to, I think when people pointed out, hey, if it was just an explosion, we'd see this huge. We'd see an explosion. I mean, you've done door charges and things like that. You know what a tamped shape or a tamped charge looks like. It blows everywhere, right? A non-tamped charge, all right. But when you have a shape charge, a tamped charge, like we're going to direct most of that force, it's directional. So they've been changing up the narrative on that to fit some sort of possibility.
But they're saying the explosive is the microphone.
Yeah, I know. None of it makes sense. It's just
okay.
It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, now I'm tracking.
Schaefer Security Group was providing security that day. Brother at Charlie's assassination was in Trump's detail and pin shooting associated with Jocko. Okay. All right. That's information for everybody to take into account. How does next stay intact as it appeared to? Because we basically didn't have penetration, and there wasn't enough to do more damage. There wasn't enough energy to do more damage than it did. Shooter put something down on his right before he jumped. He may have extended his arm to grab it before falling. Yeah, so he sets the rifle down and then he picks it back up. That's pretty clear if you really go over a good analysis of that. Very different than what we've seen. Re-PC. Have you plotted the full line of sight looking overhead satellite trajectory? It looks like a thin tree is in the line of fire. I have.
No. I could pull a picture up.
Yeah, please do.
Direct line of sight.
Do the same thing, but if you got it, send it. I can even pull it up and you can clearly see the line of sight, and both from a couple different spots here. Oh, I got it right here. I actually got it on this timeline somewhere.
Me too. I'm scrubbing through my timeline trying to find it.
Yeah, folks, there is a line of sight. And again, I even show it in that video I'm telling you about. So if you watch my video, you definitely see that there is a clear line of sight available. Oh, I got it right here. You got it?
No, I can't find it yet.
All right. Hold on.
If you got it, do it.
All right, let me pull this up. We'll add this to stage.
There you go.
I'm gonna get rid of this, and then I'm gonna go over here, and we will play this. Play. As you guys can see, we see the telephone pole on the left. All right, there is a clear line of sight all the way to Charlie. So his head would have been about right here-ish. All right, we see the table. His head would have been up here-ish. There was very, very clear line of sight. So,
nice.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Hopefully that provides some clarification.
Nice.
What if, since it's a grandpa gun, maybe it's older bullets? Yes, that could be a thing. Enough parts of this don't add up as to why the world is asking questions. If you had planned the hit, how would you have done it? Well, it depends on what resources I had. And, being an SF guy, we use our FID, foreign internal defense guys. I'm really good. I am conditioned that if I don't have to do something, I get somebody else to do it for me. So, when a 12-man ODA, A team overseas, we're working with our FID partner, which happens to be like local, like, in Iraq, we had Iraqi special operations and commandos and things like that. So we would train them up, and being a 12-man team, we can't go secure and take down an objective with just our 12 guys. So we take several hundred of our booger eaters, right? Our FID partners. And I can either go in that door and risk my life, or I can send somebody else in that door and they can risk their life for their country, especially when you're dealing with high-value targets that have suicide vests and things like that. That's how I would do it. Why risk myself getting up there? So, and then what I would definitely not do is, if I want to conceal this, is I would put a shooter on one side, a distraction over here, if I plan on getting away with this without it being tied back to me. I would rather condition someone, and I think it's easier than we give people credit for. I think, we had MK Ultra back in the 60s. You don't think that we have systems that are much more effective and sophisticated here in 2025. If you don't believe that, I think you're crazy. Now, the other part of this, it could just be a wacky kid mixed up, and people do some evil stuff and silly stuff that's unexplainable. But regardless, we can take any one of these instances. We can take Butler, we can throw that out and say that was just Thomas Crooks doing crazy things. We can take this instance, we can say Tyler Robinson did some crazy stuff. What I don't think we can do, I think you have to be completely you would have to completely avoid any sort of pattern analysis to take a look at all of these different events that we've seen over the last 20 years or so. And you can be even less, and not say there are some really weird similarities behind this. And then also kind of look at some of the potential political and policy objectives that could be used and narratives pushed because of this as a collective thing, right? Whether it's so that's one of the things that Marcus and I are going to kind of talk about more in depth tomorrow, because I do think there's some really weird parallels that where any one of these could be just a random person doing crazy stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to answer that guy's full question now, maybe later, but I will say that if you want to do a hit, it's going to look something like Epstein.
Yeah.
It's going to be if you want to guarantee somebody's taken out of the picture and their voice is gone, and then you're going to do it like that.
Hope you will post the stream after you're done. Lots of great thoughts and talking points. So we will. And the other thing that I'm going to start, a guy that I've hired to help us out with some media. I'm going to start trying to go through these and condense them down and then repost them as videos as well. Did you see Frank Turk's phone screen painting the target frame by frame? It's unreal. He wasn't FaceTiming like he says he was. I think the idea that Frank Turk is involved, A, there's no evidence of that, and B, it just doesn't seem plausible to me.
Me neither.
Don't the FBI and police have to be careful how much and what info is released to the public to protect the case? Absolutely. Definitely giving out too much information, compromise the case. There's no doubt about it, which is a very real consideration. And I know none of us like it because we want to know everything tomorrow.
Yep.
There is an exit wound. Watch the video you're just showing until he falls to the ground to the right, below the collar in the back of the neck. I've looked at that 1,000 times, folks. What you're seeing is the back of his dark hair. And there's also a little bit of chromatic aberration. It looks a little redder. I've zoomed in. I've looked at it from 1,000 different ways. There absolutely is not an exit wound. And on top of that, the evidence of an exit wound would be a very violent expulsion of material, blood, spatter. We don't have that. There's not an exit wound. Some think Charlie Kirk was shot from behind. I know. I definitely entertained a second shooter theory, but what would help is better audio. Which direction did people hear the shot from? Folks, there's good audio. And again, in the exact same video, please go watch that. I show the guy filming from the top. When the shot goes off, not only does everybody from that second floor look in the direction of the shooter, but you can literally see a wave of people on the ground look in the direction of the shooter. Like, I don't doubt that there's some people, because of the acoustics of that area. It's a big amphitheater. It's surrounded by concrete. I don't doubt that there's some people out there that heard reverberation off a wall that may have been confused by where, but generally speaking, and this is something I've seen multiple times in combat. I'm sure you have too, Marcus. When you're taking fire from an urban terrain, it is very difficult to tell exactly where that round is coming from. Noise does crazy things when you're surrounded by concrete. But again, especially when you're talking about a group of people that are on the second floor, they're kind of out of that bowl. They have a little bit more kind of a third person view. Everybody up there looks in the direction of the shooter. Everybody on the ground looks in the direction of the shooter. You might find an outlier that says, hey, I thought I heard the shot come from over here or over here. But generally speaking, you can see the vast majority of people in the crowd looking in the direction of the shooter.
It's the majority you want to focus on. There's always going to be outliers that are closer to some wall surfaces and will have a distorted perception of where it came from. But you focus on where the majority of the people looked.
Yeah. Could he have had neck surgery in the past and had a metal plate? Yeah, I think that probably would affect the wound, but I don't think there's any evidence. Nobody's talked about that he's had neck surgery and had a plate. So, I think that's a theory looking for evidence, but I mean, it's reasonable. In South Africa, all events similar to this, there's always an ambulance on standby. Why was there no ambulance on standby with Charlie Kirk event or events? I think there are some events like this. There is ambulances on standby. And in this one, there wasn't. I would bet, I'd bet a lot of money that if we went back and we looked at all of Charlie Kirk's campus events, I bet he never had an ambulance on standby. And I know, in hindsight,
how much it would cost to have an ambulance and a paramedic team sitting there for 12 hours. I mean, holy crap!
It's another great point. And the other thing too, look, Charlie Kirk had done hundreds of these. His security had done hundreds of these. Look, you absolutely, complacency does become part of it, right? It always plays a factor. There's, it's the patrols that you go on, it's the military movements that you go on that you've done 100 times, and it's that one time that you're not expecting it because you've gone down this route so many times that things, when shit hits the fan, and it's just part of human nature. I respect your guys' analysis, but let's all agree we lost a good man, father, husband. There's only one who knows everything about the horrific day, and he is greater than all of us. I agree with that.
Amen.
This video shows how to get on the roof. Who's responsible? Was it to guard that area? Did security think the local police were to secure it? Watch Stephen Gardner video. Look at 520 video. Yeah, like it was, the access to that roof was unbelievable. Part of a lot of the stuff that began at the beginning was I saw a lot of stuff saying, this had to be a conspiracy because there is at every college campus, they have to use some sort of key card to get access to the roof. And then, everybody went wild with additional conspiracies based around that. Obviously that wasn't true. And you could literally just walk up there and jump over a little retaining wall and get roof access.
Yep.
Brainstem injuries cause decerebrate posture, not decorticate posture, although massive hypoxia such as carotid artery blood loss could cause decorticate posture.
Interesting.
I'm not a rocket surgeon, so I don't even know.
I'll check it out.
Traumatologist, is there a trauma? Is that a word? I've never heard of that.
I've never heard that word.
That medical expression. A traumatologist, ER doc, I've seen comments says he died on impact. So he showed up to the hospital dead. Yet the surgeon found the bullet under his skin. They're operating on a dead body. Andrew Colveld has been acting weird from day one. I said that in my first video, and when I first saw the video, it was being reported that he was at the hospital with a pulse. And I was like, nope, that guy, he died right there on impact. So I don't know where some of those reports came from, and they could have got him to the hospital. They could have hooked him up to life support, and they could have we can take a corpse that's been dead for a week and fill his vessels with some fluid and get a pulse. And the other thing, the other thing that goes against that is we just heard from Alex, if what he's saying is true, like his heart was decimated to begin with. Like you kind of got to have a heart to have a pulse. Yeah. So again, additional conflicting information. Carol Freeman and I Marcus and I talked about this too. Look, Andrew Colveld's job is PR and to paint things in the best light possible. And I won't say that involves deception, but you're going to focus on the different things than people want to hear. Thank you, Carol. George Webb's Substack. He was the first to connect St. George on the 10th because of his previous study at Utah. Groups St. George, ex-ATF, from Arizona, Fast Furious, UVU, Armed Queer Student Group. I'll have to check out George Webb's stuff. I like George Webb. I think he's out there on some things. I wouldn't mind having him on and hearing his theory. I'm going to say it once again. It was dismissed. Look up road transmitter shape charge theory. I will email you. I have some experience with explosives, and I hear you. I'm not dismissing you. I don't find the entire theory credible. That's no disrespect for you. A witness tells CNN they heard 2 shots. No one has talked about it. I have a link directly on CNN site. 1 minute. That's fine, Stephen. That one person that is in a traumatic event that is not used to that. Let me tell you something. I've seen, especially if you get new soldiers and conventional forces and things like that, get into a combat scenario for the very first time, and we would, and again, dark humor, we would kind of laugh about some of the things that they thought they perceived in those events. We have very clear evidence that there was 1 shot. There are hundreds of recordings, both high quality, low quality, but all of them record 1 shot. There's definitely echoes in that place, and I bet you in certain areas, depending on where you were, there is echoes that would sound like multiple shots to someone, and especially under stress and trying to remember things that happened 10 minutes ago, and you just watch somebody bleed out, all those things, right? Basically what you're asking us is based on one person's perception to completely ignore all the other evidence, hard audio evidence that we have that clearly indicates 1 shot. Here's how we're gonna do the last of these. I'm gonna do one, then you do one. Send it.
Bore difference, original Mauser to 30-06. How would this affect bullet tumbling? Isn't original Mauser larger bore? How is conversion done? Bore difference, original Mauser to 30-06. Do you understand what he's trying to ask?
Yeah. So the original Mauser came in different caliber, and how a caliber swap would change. Basically, they would swap out the barrel as long as the bolt face that they had was the same size and would work properly with the new caliber. So that's how it would be done. I mean, honestly, if they switched out a barrel, which I have heard reports of that, nothing confirmed, I would expect it being a better gun. And basically all you do, I got actions right over there. I got about 100 different rifled actions over there. And you take that action and you twist on a barrel, tighten it down, and now you have a new barrel. So for instance, if one of those actions over there has a bolt face for 308, I can use that. I can take a barrel off, and now I can shoot 6.5 Creedmoor. I can shoot 6 Creedmoor. I can shoot a multitude of different calibers, but because they all use the same bolt face. So
what was the original? What was the Mauser chambered in originally?
It was like 8 point. I'd have to look it up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
It was like, it's some weird caliber, right? Some gun nerd out there will know. Stuff like that I don't remember.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Leah. All right. At thud after he hits and sees backdrop move. Probably shot multiple times. All the signaling. Kid White has some explaining. Stares at roof. Drones too. A lot to unpack there. Yeah, you do hear a thud. You do hear a thud, and that was one of the things that I was like, that sounded like it hit something metal. You definitely hear a thud. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure actually the backdrop didn't move, but there's some other weird things there that weird things happen in those events. This one's you.
It was said he was sitting on a chair that was elevated on a platform. That's true. Not ever done at any previous location. Anyone confirm this as of yet? He was sitting on a platform and he fell off.
Yeah,
that's true.
His knees were above the table. You can go back and watch the video. It looked like they had some like these plastic storage cases and they put chairs on top of it. They look like, hardware Pelican cases. True. Look under left arm when carried to the SUV. Is that blood stain? It's bare skin. His arm is definitely stained, but what about his underarm? The pictures I've seen when he's being carried to the SUV, you start blowing them up, cropping them in, and you lose any real fidelity on those. That's been my experience. Yeah. This one's you, bud.
2 possible line of sights. 2 was right side and front of tent based on available footage. A top-level sniper wouldn't leave a clear line of sight. A top-level sniper wouldn't leave a clear line of sight. I don't understand what you're asking.
I think he's talking about basically concealing your shot. Basically getting it deep in a room and putting some things in between, leaving a loophole.
Oh,
I think that's what he's saying, a clear line of sight to the shooter. We're going to cover some of the things that Marcus has been working on tomorrow that I think should definitively exclude the idea of at least where the most common proposed spot a second shooter is shooting from. I think we're going to put that to bed pretty hard and fast. CIA runs programs at Utah State called CIA Worth Looking At. Okay. That's you.
Age restricted 30-second video at UVU Review YouTube channel. Okay. Age restricted 30 seconds. I don't understand what you want me to do there.
Google it, man. Google it now. No, I'm just joking. Don't Google it now. We'll look it up. Thank you very much, Darboard. Hadrian or Orion, I share your frustration with recirculating theories. Eager to hear your shirt and necklace idea, hoping it's not temporary cavitation. I have a theory that I haven't been able to disqualify. How can I get in touch with you? DL podcast at ParamountTactical.com, DL podcast at ParamountTactical.com, or you can DM me on Twitter, right? Go check out Paramount Tactical, Gary Melton on Twitter. What I'm talking about is not cavitation. I don't think that internal cavitation of the body and even sort of any expansion of the upper torso due to hydrostatic shock wave would cause the necklace to fly up. I just don't think that is plausible. Thoughts. There's a video showing in slow motion the flash from the side window on Charlie's right side and shining flash in Turk's phone reflect at the same time. The shot is heard.
Watch my last video. Completely covered how that's implausible from the time of flash to the round impact. Even if it was a subsonic round, it still doesn't explain even half the distance. So it's just debunked.
Yeah. This one's yours.
Thank you for much needed conversation on this, but you're sounding overloaded, Gary. Marcus, your logical approach is on target. I don't think. I mean, Gary's he's working like a machine up here. I mean, he doesn't. If anything, I'm overloaded. I mean, this is my first live stream. Gary's been doing this. He's a veteran at this. I'm following his lead. So.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. Overloaded. That can be, interpreted many different ways. I'm a little tired. If that's what you're talking about, I definitely am. And we also got some family stuff going on that has been a little bit impactful on all this. Streamable.com, exit wound into chest. I have been seeing this, that supposedly there's some stuff floating around. And again, my problem with this is like we had some pretty good footage, decent footage, not great. But my problem I'm super suspicious that when we're now 2 weeks departed from the event, we're suddenly getting all this new footage that shows very different things than some of the footage that we got off the initial upload from everybody, and or that we're seeing the same footage, but we're seeing different elements within that footage. I think we need to be smart, discerning, and understand what's going on there. There are definitely some people out there that are pushing some theories, and that's what they do for a living. And I don't doubt that footage is being manipulated to support said theories.
Yeah.
This one's yours.
In video taken from Charlie's right side, a large bulge about 6 inches long appears on his neck at impact, then disappears, supports one shot from front. Okay, so you're kind of saying that you agree with us. He was shot from the front. 6-inch bulge appears. I'm not sure what you're talking about there on the neck.
So this is what I'm talking
His neck
about.
definitely swells out.
Yeah.
But do you know what he's talking about specifically?
I do specifically. So
okay.
Again, the exact same footage that's been floated around. Suddenly I saw a copy, and I can tell it's from the same camera, the same angle, all this. But now it shows like this extra protrusion where it literally looks like a finger. Like if you poked your finger in a rubber, in a balloon and pushed like 3-4 inches out and then retracted it. That's
interesting.
what it looks like.
I haven't seen that.
I almost guarantee that is I guarantee that's manipulated footage. Why people would manipulate that, folks? There's again I think people manipulate genuine footage that supports narratives to undermine, to like, oh, this footage has been manipulated. Now we're going to throw out one theory or another. So there's all kinds of confusion taking place, and I think that is the goal with some of this. And we just got to be smart,
be discerning, guys.
Yeah. It's really interesting hearing everyone's perspectives. Good on both of you to be as unbiased as possible. Sweet dreams. This one's yours.
Thank you. Do you think it's possible that Tyler Robinson believes that he shot Charlie? Do you think it's possible that Tyler Robinson believes that he shot Charlie, but the second shooter, if it exists, actually did the shot? Whew, you're implying some deep psychological kind of to that one guy who said, maybe he was hypnotized to do this.
No, I
don't go to that theory straight away. I'm trying to make sense of this in the realm of my, first, that what we've seen in the past few shooters, kids from the church shooting to the Butler case scenario situation, there's a pattern. There's these guys who decide to grab source a weapon either from their parents, dad, grandpa, whatever, write some crazy things, engrave, post some signs on Discord that there is an intention to do this, and then they carry it out and they get pretty far, if not all the way. I think that's happened many times. So I want to fit our theory into that mold first. And if it reaches the boundaries of that and we still can't explain things, then I'll start looking into hypnosis and things like that.
I don't think she's saying hypnosis. What I think she's saying is like, he was given the gun, he was given the job, and then he went up there, pulled the trigger. He
shot a blank?
No. Well, I don't know.
What would he have shot?
Well, I understand. I'm just clarifying what I think she's saying.
Okay.
He pulled the trigger, the gun went boom, and Charlie Kirk was shot, but the actual projectile came from a different location. Just like we said, the problem with that is like, again, that the trajectories would have to line up, because I think all the evidence, all the physical evidence, all the physics, all the ballistics point to straight on, and I don't think that's plausible.
It's highly implausible, Amy, because the professional team that would have had to shoot in line with, like what Gary's saying, in the same trajectory in order to pull off and sell that it is coming from the same direction, that it is one shooter, they would be completely at the whim of whatever Tyler's going to do, whether he goes through with it or not, whether he aims right or not. They would have absolutely zero predictability, and a professional team doesn't operate in an environment where they can't control variables like that.
Yeah, and they would have to have comms, not to say that there's any evidence that he didn't, but to time the shot, they would have to have comms. They'd have to be communicating in real time. It's just, again, it becomes more and more implausible than I think. Look, I think what's the most plausible is, I think it's easier to radicalize people to get them to do this than I think we realize. And I think there's probably thousands of kids currently potentially being radicalized, and it's just an odds game that one out of 5,000 is going to act on it or something like that. I just think that's more plausible to me than some of these other things. My second part of the elevation question, some are saying that was the first event he was elevated concerning. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know why that would matter. As a matter of fact, if we're saying, so it would actually be more of a clear shot. I actually thought that the idea that there wasn't a clear shot was plausible because he was elevated. So it put his head, like the angle would be off, right? So it'd be more likely that the top of that awning would conceal at least part of his body. The lower he is, the more clearance that we have with that angle from the top, from the edge of the bottom of that tent to him. So I don't even know that matters. I don't understand why that's really important at all, one way or the other.
Why do they tear apart these crime scenes so quickly? Does it make sense whatsoever? It happens time after time. I guess I want to speak on what I know. I don't know the average time that crime scenes stay up and down. So I don't want to make assumptions of how fast it was taken down or not relative to other crime scene takedowns. I don't have any reason to suspect that it did take abnormally long or not.
Truly believe the shot came from side behind. Sound analysis backs it up. Why would FBI not show us a shot from Tyler when they show him running off building? Ian Carroll arranged a bro on the right track, in my opinion. All right.
Gary isn't overloaded. He's doing an excellent job. Yes, he is, guys. With all the live streams bringing different voices, his channel. I mean, Gary is a machine. I mean, look at his work the past week.
Derek Tyler, who I know, had to pop out. Did you discuss reports of lots of cars with out-of-state plates at Robinson resident? Thoughts? Thank you, gentlemen. Great work. I heard about a car, I believe, on the initial, like a couple days prior to that, someone came and visited him. I remember there was additional reporting on that, and it was one of those.
I saw that there was a suspicious cars that were coming up to his apartment. Him and his roommate have an apartment, and there were some suspicious looking cars from out of state. I think they said the license plates or something suggested that the cars were from out of state and that they look suspicious. So it's a good point. I mean, if I'm to investigate this, if I had the power to investigate the Discord channel and some of these things, that's where I would be doing. I don't have that ability, but that to me is the most suspicious part about all this, is what kind of help, planning, network, people were involved in this, because there was clearly somewhere on the internet where where he was conspiring with other people. So that to me is pretty clear.
Yeah. Gray Hughes shows 360 cam location using Google Earth. It would have also caught the rooftop infill and shooting. Maybe we'll see after the trial. I agree that we should see that.
How many times do you think Tyler Robinson or whoever planned the assassination visited the college campus to figure out where to take the shot, layout, and escape route? Would his cell phone tell us? That's a good question. I don't know how possible it is for the FBI to get into a phone and track where it's been, because I've seen that happened in the Butler case scenario. Remember, somebody on Twitter got information somehow of Crooks's phone and showed that he was visiting these random locations, or that someone else. No, I remember what it was. Remember, there was someone within the government, someone in the FBI, someone got a hold of their phone and was tracing it back to Crooks's house again and again and again from the weeks prior. And that was super suspicious. I just don't know the credibility of that source. It was some anonymous Twitter profile with no face saying that they found this and they're leaking it. And so at the end of the day, if you don't come out and put your face online like we're doing, like me and Gary, it's very hard for me to take what you're saying with a lot of weight, because you're not putting any skin in the game. And so all that to say, for the second part of your question, I do want to know, I don't know how possible it is to trace a cell phone, any cell phone, and figure out its patterns of life and where it's been. But if that's true, I expect that information to come from the FBI. If it doesn't, it's more reason for me to be suspicious of the FBI, if it is technically possible. But I don't know that for sure. And then the first part of your question, how many times should he have visited the campus? He said in his message to his roommate that he's been planning for about a week, I believe, which the I believe part is really suspicious. He's clearly somebody who's very intentional and detail-oriented. I believe he knows exactly how long he was planning this out. He just didn't want to he wanted to kind of dumb down how guilty he looked in front of his lover. So he's kind of basically exaggerating it on the lower end. I think he spent a couple weeks planning this out, and he definitely made some trips to the campus and would have scouted this out beforehand, 100%. I don't know how many times, but based on how he acted and every single part of this that we can see and observe, plus the morning of, he made a trip there with another set of clothes early, like 4 or 5 hours beforehand, walked it out, suggests that he has that kind of deliberate nature to do some kind of extent of planning, which to me is indicative that he would have planned this out weeks in advance, and he would have walked it weeks in advance, that same path.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. Number one, it wasn't that complicated, right? Like, if you knew that Charlie Kirk was going to be there, and you knew he was going to be, like, you can see what is obvious to me. If I was playing this, I'm like, oh, Charlie Kirk's here. You don't have to tell me where he's going to be. Like, all you got to do is like, oh, well, here's this amphitheater thing where they normally hold these types of events. You can see exactly where his position would be. just the way that that's shaped. It's very predictable. So from there, like now all I need to do is figure out a line of sight. I need to be able to figure out a line of sight. I need to figure out how to get to that line of sight, and I need to figure out how to get out of there. It's not that complicated. I do think there was some planning going on, but we don't know how extensive that was. Did he, I don't know, did he laser range find that? Did he zero that gun to that exact distance? Did he go to the range? He clearly had experience with guns. Like, all of these things are very possible that he could have done and made it even simpler and easier, especially to be able to pull this type of thing off under stress. Yeah, so we don't know. It's speculation at this point.
For the record, I am expecting and holding the FBI to a standard that they should release some footage, if they have it, of Tyler being there a week prior, 2 weeks prior, some point, scoping out that rooftop. Because in my opinion, that should exist.
Yeah,
I don't think he would figure that out the day of.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think there was a fair amount of planning, but quite frankly, I don't think it took that much. But at least one trip there, maybe more. And if he said he was doing it for at least a week, I don't know what that entails. Did it take one trip there? Did it take multiple times going to the range, getting a gun sighted in? Like, I don't know what that entails.
Yeah, we'd just be speculating.
Brooklyn Butterfly Arts says, I meant the bulge in the back of his neck looks like a mound that disappears. It's close. I've shown that in the videos that I've shown, showing Charlie from the right side. I actually have that footage in this video. I mean, let me see. I'm tired of messing with Premiere Pro. It's very hard on my side to pull this stuff up. Anyways, the point is, I've shown that very many times. Like, you can definitely see a bulge go back here, but there is a new video that shows like a same footage. It like I said, it looks like a finger poking into a balloon. There was things added and altered in that video for sure. But yes, it is very clear that the back of his neck expands, and even the back of his head, you literally see it almost looks like his cranium kind of moves and swells up. So it's pretty graphic, and it's very clear to me that the round came from his front.
I heard the whistles of the bullet stand behind the kid asking question. I heard the whistles of the bullet stand behind the kid. I don't understand the grammar. Are you saying you were there? I'm sorry, Christopher. I don't know what you're asking.
So you guys are leaning towards the official story. I think regardless of, I love this. So I think what we're saying is this is the evidence that we have. So and I have paid no attention to what the narrative is, and I talked to Marcus on this too. Like, what do you like? Like, I started off just looking at what we got. I'm telling you what we have. You can say if it lines up with the official story or the official narrative or whatever else. I went with the fact that he had body armor. That's not part of the official narrative. There's several other elements. I don't think that his bones are made of steel. Like, that's part of the official narrative, I guess. I mean, the evidence is the evidence, and I instead of, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Eagle Eye. I know there's lots of people out there like, oh, you just want to reinforce the narrative. Well, okay, well then don't reinforce the narrative. You show me some evidence credible, and let's go with another narrative. But let's go with whatever narrative that we're going to go with based on the evidence. And until then, I don't know. I'm not just going to be a contrarian just for the sake of doing it and look for every other, blip in the sky, flash on a window, every bug that flies by. I'm not going to call that a bullet, and that's what I see people doing.
The gun would have had a wooden stock if it was that old, not synthetic tick. Well, there is reports that it was modded or something like that. I don't want to speak on something I don't know. I remember hearing that it was modded in some way.
Yeah. So, yeah, the gun can be that old, and you replace the stocks. I've replaced. I have some guns up there that started off, and guns in my safe over there that started off with a looks like a traditional hunting rifle. All right, and I put them in chassis. All right, so it's not that hard to do. The same way that he supposedly put it together. Take 2 bolts out, 2 screws, and then you put the barreled action in another chassis. Not that hard to do. Didn't Charlie face do the same as your ballistic gel video? Bullet hits lower brainstem and spinal cord comes out neck. Tyler never had a gun on roof, just screwdriver, gun in woods, only one shooter, not Tyler. Okay. We'll just have to agree to disagree, Matt. And we've covered what the evidence that we feel like is. And if we see new evidence that contradicts the things we've talked about, we'll happily cover that.
Shooter would have had to silhouette the barrel front firing position without being spotted. Seems possible second shooter and suspect is a decoy. Well, there's no second shooter. The first suspect, the old guy, being a decoy, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, he was a decoy.
He's saying Tyler is the decoy.
Oh.
So okay. I agree with you, Black Warrior Spirit. I think for him to be able to get on the edge of that roof, chances are from Charlie's location or very close to it, he would have had to silhouette himself. I just don't think a lot of people, when you have a speaker up front, people aren't looking back that way. And he probably wasn't down there for very long. The fact is that he was silhouetted from the side. We have video of what looks like him laying in the prone from another person videoing with a cell phone. So he was seen. And this goes back to, this is like the parallels that we have here with Thomas Crooks to me is almost uncanny. Like we have a guy on a roof, we have pictures of him running across the roof. We have people that have seen him prior to actually shooting. We have almost the identical alternative theories with muzzle flashes coming out. Like it's like deja vu in every aspect of this case. It really is.
It is. I think the only thing that makes this case a little bit easier to swallow is, this shooter didn't get one up on the Secret Service. I mean, it was really hard to believe that Matthew Crooks, who was younger than this kid, got so far past the Secret Service, which was guarding the president. And
Crooks, but yeah.
That was hard to swallow. But with this one, the Secret Service wasn't here, and the security elements were way, way less.
Yeah, this is the security. I mean, the security was nothing but
it's basically non-existent.
Gary, I sent you an email. The video attaches raw drop info on any bullet theories, but not any bullet theories, but damning info concerning Hunter Kozak, YouTube Destiny, and Z. I will check that out along with everything else.
The well-dressed guy with a lot of video equipment and slings and straps for cameras. The man has a prosthetic hand and has been vouched for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've actually talked to him on the phone.
Interesting. Okay. Thanks for that information, Derek.
With people altering video footage, many will make false conclusions. Is there a way to decipher what's real and is fake? Should be a crime to alter it. Well, it shouldn't be a crime to alter it because, well, we have this thing called free speech, and I think that falls well within it. I think you got to be smart, and I'm trying really hard not to get duped. And when I get new footage, I do try to analyze it. I got a bunch of other folks that are smarter than I am on that, and I send it to them, and I get their opinions on it. And that's all I can tell you. That's what I do. And so that's all I can tell you. But a lot of people, and let me tell you something. I got some footage been sent to me. I could definitely put it out and get lots of views. And I'm 99.99% sure that it's not credible.
Frank Turek said in his video, had a drone and we're watching live on the way to campus. Where's that footage? Said in his video. I don't know who Frank is. Is that the
Frank Turek is the mentor of Charlie Kirk's. He was the guy in the white hat and the white shirt.
Oh yeah,
with the camera. So yes, apparently they were watching footage prior to arriving. And yeah, we don't know where that footage is. That's the answer.
There's a lot of footage that we don't have.
People have been lied to and amped up to hate people like Charlie for over a decade, so it's plausible that there is no government psyop. Such social manipulation is a real thing. People celebrating his death is awfully revealing. I agree. There you go.
There's so much to be considered. What's that?
Considered.
And I assume 33 hours investigating ain't enough. There's a conspiracy right there. I don't know if you've heard about it. The 33 and its relationship and meaning to Freemasonry, and that it's planted everywhere, and the fact that showing up again is quite weird, to be honest. I'm looking into it.
Post reported it was a M98, can be rifled with 308 Winchester, 30-aught Springfield, and one more. I think the answer is that he was using a 308 round. I do think so. It can be chambered in 30-06. I know that to be a fact. So we'll have to wait till we get more official information. The initial report was that it was 30-06. Could that be wrong? Yeah, could be.
In other words, they were showing a view of the kid asking the last question, and you hear the whistle of the bullet. Look into the view from behind. We're showing a view of the kid. What kid? Asking the last question. Yeah. You hear the whistle of the bullet. Look into that view from behind. Interesting way of wording that.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, I'm assuming this is what he's saying. So we have that camera on the rear, right? That everybody, the controversial camera that was taken down that we discussed. So
we've never seen that.
We've never seen that footage, but that camera is trained on the person asking the question for their own content, just like we see in all his other campus events.
Yeah.
I almost guarantee. Number one, we're down in a defilade, and that camera was above Charlie's head. And so I guarantee you that camera is pointed at a downward angle, and it's a telephoto lens. So it's going to be a pretty sharp crop around that. I would love to see the footage no matter what, so we can confirm or deny that. But I don't think that footage is going to show. You know, what I would love to see, whose footage I would love to see, is Frank Turek's, because he was filming out here and supposedly, or he's FaceTiming. I'm not sure. I guess he said it was FaceTiming. But the point is I guarantee you out there somewhere, and maybe the FBI has it, there's somebody out there that has footage that shows not only Tyler, but the exact moment that shot took place. Will we be able to see the gun go off? Folks, it's actually pretty hard to see a muzzle flash in daylight, especially at a distance filming from a cell phone. A lot of times you're not going to see muzzle flash in daylight hours. So It'll be interesting I think we're going to see some footage like that. Hopefully the FBI puts it out there, because if we at least see some footage like that with that gun going off, it'll at least, it'll at least put some of these other theories possibly to bed. So I do think they're a distraction.
Another possible shooter between walls. Pity the footage were too weak to prove. To prove, I think.
Yeah, to prove.
Interesting.
Pity the footage was too weak to prove. Thank you.
It's hard to. Gary. You've got a talent to interpret some of these. I gotta work on that.
I appreciate we can agree to disagree. Just bring me the truth as it comes, please. It's not left versus right. It's good versus evil. I agree with that. Thank you, Gary. And
amen.
Marcus, thank you too. Muzzle flash, long video, 1906, white roof. Do you know what this guy's talking about?
Muzzle 1906. Which video? You gotta. If you could give me some more detail, like which video is timestamped at 1906. I don't know what you're talking about.
We need some specifics, folks.
I don't know what you're talking. I want to understand.
He was shot back right above the ear. The shooter is in a bush behind the third level. All right. We've said all we can say on that.
Yeah. When shooting with Marcus in Colorado a while back. Hey, I know this guy. He's legit. Miss you, man. Hope you're well. Matt, it's great to hear from you, and I hope you're doing well. I would love to see you again when I'm in Colorado. We'll shoot some more. Thank you.
Lucky. Is there a conspiracy or cover-up? Wouldn't a competent defense attorney expose at a trial? I hope the entire trial is televised. Maybe. We're
going to try to figure out.
So Yeah, I'm just going to leave that there. Next.
Schaefer Security Group was running security. Oh, interesting. Brother on team for Trump in Butler, ties to Jocko Echelon front, odds of brothers at both. Interesting. Well, but what are you accusing the security team of getting wrong? That they were complacent, or that they let this slide, or
folks, the security world is very small. So, like, these guys just. I'm just telling you, like, it's small. It's a small world. A lot of these guys know each other. There's going to be crossover. I don't know if that means anything or not. Could it be suspicious? I guess it could. Could it be a coincidence? Yeah, also could. Here's the thing. I bet there's people that were at that event that were probably at the original Butler event. That'd be wild, huh?
Yeah, but the security world is small. It doesn't shock me that it's the same guys working these kind of high-profile events.
Thanks for the clarification, Christopher. Gary, and it's 1R. 1R. This is your first warning, Christopher. 1R, not 2. Just joking. Gary, not the view from the camera behind Charlie. It was a view of somebody with a cell phone from behind the kid asking the last question, and that's the view that I heard the whistle of the bullet. Interesting.
But what are you with the whistle of the bullet? What about that are you questioning?
He's basically saying that he's hearing the bullet, and you can hear bullet flight sometime if the right conditions. It sounds like a. I think it's probably not likely. We picked that up with all the other things going on, but maybe I'll try to find that footage, and it would be interesting to see that. I don't think if I presented that, anybody would be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. I don't think that'll be very compelling to most folks. All right, folks, it is. Look, we're gonna do 5 minutes. The last of the. I'm gonna jump down here to the new comments. We're gonna try to get a few, like 10 of these comments in real quick, and then we'll go from there. This is yours.
Okay, Mark. Best of the best. LOL.
It was moving on me. You moved on me. Hold on. There we go.
Definitely not Grandpa's 30-06. Be careful with the word definitely and proof, guys. I mean, as a veteran, I know a firecracker sound from a cannon sound. I mean, you're very convicted about something that I don't see how you could be. I mean, how are you so sure? And wait, this is not a super chat.
No, it's not a super chat. I'm trying to get some of these live chats in.
Oh, I see.
Ann says, please hit the like button. If you've not done so already, it helps the channel. Help by hitting subscribe. Thanks for your support. I love that. And definitely go follow Marcus as well, please. All his social media links are down below as well. So outside the official story, everything else is just conspiracy theory. Check. That is what people basically tell me all the time. Go ahead.
It's not black and white. I think things are. That's what makes it so messy. It's not black or white. Lots of guys that need to give me the winning Powerball numbers with the crystal ball. Okay. Good luck.
Robinson is the shooter. Ballistic will confirm the kid that asked Kirk. His last question is very sketchy, and with a speaking tour filled with people who hate Kirk and call for violence. I do think that it was. I hope, I'm sure they are, that the guy asking that last question about trans shooters is investigated. He's on Twitter. I found him. I actually messaged him. I would love for him to come on and talk to us to see what his perception of the events were. And there's a little bit of curiosity in me to think, you sure you're not involved? You sure you're not?
The guy, if you're talking about exactly the guy who asked the last question, he did a long form interview on another channel. I watched the whole thing, and to be fair to him, he seems just the instinct. I'm just going off my instinct is he seems like a earnest guy.
It doesn't count if it wasn't on my channel. If he really wants to prove his innocence, he needs to come on this channel. That's what he's got to do.
Let's double down.
Post today. They are looking at possibilities of other shooters in directions. I did see that.
Okay. They absolutely did say he disassembled the rifle, but when? That's the thing. Then we questioned how he did that. They said they found a screwdriver, and that's how he did that. I heard Heard it with my own 2 ears. Well, they're not saying that it's the controversy is about when he did it, and there was a false information about him doing it on the rooftop after he shot, which to me is, with everything I can see with my own 2 eyes and 2 ears, is clearly false. So did he do it beforehand and reassemble the rifle on the roof before he shot? That's probably that is a high probability, yes.
And I don't know who they is. Are we talking about? Because I've been watching a lot of news on this, and the news, have put out a lot of stuff that sounds like they're relaying information from the FBI. I'm like, that's just wrong. That hasn't been said. So I haven't heard any sort of official statements from the FBI saying that he disassembled the rifle before he got off after the shot. I haven't heard that. If that exists, somebody send it to me. Send it to me a DM in X. I'd love to play that clip just to show how incompetent the FBI is. I would love that. Can you clarify your sentence was hard to decipher, but interesting about your daughter there? I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I can't catch that reference.
Yeah.
What's with blaming transgenders for mass shooters? They made sure there were several mass shooters prior to Charlie's by transgender. Is it predictive programming? I see. Wait, they made sure there were several mass shooters prior. Oh, I see. You're saying they is the conspirators, and whoever's basically producing these transgender killers, that they did it intentionally beforehand to kind of set it up, some narrative. That's now we're really in conspiracy world. I think we're gonna have a conversation tomorrow about the possibility of, or have a conversation about how in alignment with the way Gary trained as a special operator, doing foreign internal defense, basically installing and programming a foreign militia to basically go out and do your bidding or help them overthrow governments or whatever. I think there is a similar strategy possibly here of basically some organization, a Wizard of Oz type of thing behind the curtain, finding these kind of pockets online of people who are radicalized or basically ready to be radicalized, and then poking, basically putting oil on the fire, or maybe encouraging or coercing or manipulating.
I don't know if I would quite characterize it like that as far as Gary and the FID and all those things. But what I would say is maybe there's people that have identified that people that are trans, because of a certain mental state, are more susceptible to coercion. I would say we leave it like that. And then one of the things that we're going to lay out tomorrow is just a bunch of cases, and the fact that there's so many similarities, especially when we're talking about the suspect involved, that I think that when you look at, again, any one of these can be discounted as just somebody doing some crazy person doing some crazy shit. But I do think we'd be blind not to recognize that there's this strange pattern here. And that's what I think I kind of want to do tomorrow. Hopefully that makes sense. Kenny is right. John Brown Gun Club and armed. I don't know what that means. Maybe they have mental problem because they think they're a girl and really a guy, and they're mentally sick and need some help. Maybe. If he was shot from the front, why is there no blood spatter behind him on the wall? Why are you dismissing the back right? Well, that's the point, is that he was shot from the front, or all the evidence suggests there is no exit wound. How is it that if he was shot from the back, there's no clear entrance wound? And why does all the physics suggest that he was not shot from the rear? Why do we not see an immediate that transfer of energy that we see coming this way? He goes back first, like that's just undeniable, guys. Like, he goes rearward first, and then his body recoils back forward, and then he eventually falls off to the left. What we don't see is where his body immediately goes like this. His body doesn't immediately go like that. You can look at the slow motion. It's hard to see in like normal speed of video, but if you look at the slow motion, it is so obvious. It's so obvious that his body goes rearward. As a matter of fact, I've covered this before. It's his head is in one spot, and his body goes rearward so fast that his head goes down like this, and then he goes off to the left. But like when you guys say he was hit from the rear and you say you see all these things, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't even see that. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to be respectful of your perception, but I just don't see that. Wait till you see the video I sent you and see him. I will definitely check it out. All right, 2 more questions, and then we're going to get out of here. This is yours.
Right. The 30-06 round with over 2,000 pounds of force didn't create an exit wound. I know it's hard to believe. It's hard for me to believe it. I'm just saying I've seen it play out from hunting to friends overseas telling me crazy stories of people who shouldn't survive, didn't survive, things that probably shouldn't have killed them. I mean, you're welcome to the world of ballistics. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
It is possible.
And not all rounds have 2,000. Not all 30-06 rounds have 2,000 pounds of energy. They don't. You definitely, there's some definitely lower charge rounds that you can get a lot less. And I'll go through that. One of the things I'll be doing in another video is just showing everybody, like when this stuff is put out, they go to the highest. They are basically picking a little bit of cherry picking, saying, hey, you know what? 30-06 always has 2,500 foot-pounds of energy. Well, look, I can show you 10 different rounds that have significantly less that you can put in 30-06 and fire. So, like we got to be careful with that a little bit. I'm with you though. Like, this is the problem. That is the crux of this entire. For me, it's like one of the things that just makes sense.
Yep.
KJ, thank you very much. 42 years of Army service between my wife and I. She's orthopedic surgeon, joins a traumatologist, is ortho fellowship trained for level 1 trauma in ER. Found Marcus today. He's awesome, but still eats crayons. So big brother. All right.
Trent.
Shooter's moms are talking too much.
Taking too much time. Some of these comments are hard.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild.
ELF show. Let's give it up for you guys. Well, thank you guys. Well, listen, we're going to end it right there. This has been a marathon. That's a 4-hour freaking podcast, guys. I don't think that Marcus knew what he was getting. I didn't know what I was getting into, but he stayed strong and tough the whole time. Again, hopefully, folks, this gives somebody out there some clarity. I don't know, maybe eases your mind a little bit about this. My mind is still not at ease with any of it, and we still got a lot of stuff. But definitely join us tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Is that what we said? 8 p.m. I think it's 9 p.m. Right? No, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. 8 p.m. Eastern time. Join us tomorrow. We're going to dive into it even further with Marcus. I would love if everybody here, like, we still got 5,000. We had almost 10,000 people in this chat at one point. I would love if almost all of you guys were on his channel tomorrow. Go fill up his channel, send him some love, take care of him on the super chats. You guys always take care of us, so we appreciate it. Any last things you want to say, Marcus?
No, I'm going to be taking a lot of what I saw, the questions from people today. I'm going to watch the other videos. Like, people kept referencing that one YouTuber said he's proven something from the right. I'm going to study that. I'm going to study as much as I can, and tomorrow show up with even better prepared, as prepared as I can be to tackle these and give value to you guys. Because at the end of the day, like Gary said something earlier on, is he's selfishly looking for the truth for himself, and he's just sharing his journey. And I think I'm doing the same thing. Is I believe that there are some conspiracies that are true. And I think we're living through now, like, things happened in the past. I'm so far disconnected from these things that happened 40, 50 years ago. There's no chance I could find that. But now here we are, alive in the age of cell phones and crazy coverage at these events. And I find it super fascinating of what we can discover on our own in real time before any official reports come out. Like in the case with this situation, I was able to get pretty close to what actually happened before the FBI said one single thing. And it's because of people's sharing online, open source, decentralized, and I'm enjoying this process of finding out the truth, because I'm not at all enjoying what happened to Charlie Kirk. He's a brother in Christ. He was one of our best. I miss him already. And I completely feel for his family, and I don't want to stay on this any longer than we have to find truth. but there's still holes. And so as long as there's something that doesn't make sense, like we've come to the conclusion now, is there's still some holes missing. I think it's okay. I feel in good faith that we can keep digging, but and as long as there are those holes, I'm going to keep searching, and I'm glad that we have people like Gary as well hosting this, taking me under his wing. I really appreciate him for showing me how this works, and also just supporting me. So I want to say thank you for that. So that's all for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Just to jump on last thing, just to jump on what you said. That's the other part of this is like, I followed Charlie Kirk for a really long time and respected, admired Charlie Kirk. I felt like I knew Charlie Kirk, and I think that's the way a lot of people feel. And just sitting by doing nothing, feeling hopeless, isn't in my nature. So like, this is all I got to do. So this is what I'm going to do, and we'll get to as close to the truth as we possibly can and do everything that we can to do it. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Join us tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Like, subscribe, share our content. Go follow us both on X, all the other stuff. But until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.